that's why damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
MC, make another hit.
This ain't what you want.
Project,
This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want.
Run that back, turbo. You can get the biggest Chanel back in the store if you want it. I gave them the drill, they sucked it up, I got them on. I bought a new Patek, I had to watch so two-tone. Taking these drugs, I'm gonna be up until the morning. That ain't your car, you just a lease, you don't own it. If I'm in the club, I got that 5 on the perform. And the back end just came in and all guns. Stars a little cute, they all on us. I'm from Atlanta, where you run. I know they hating on me, but I don't read comments. Whenever I tell her to come, she come. Whenever it's smoke, we ain't burning. Drip too hard, don't stand too close, you gon' run down. Off this way, doing all these shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I get paid. Bad little fire, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she get straight. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night, another movie get made. Drip too hard, don't stand too close, you gon' run down. Off this way, doing all these shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I get paid. Bad little fire, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she get straight. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie get made.
Every other night another dollar get made. Every other night started with a good day. I feel like a child, I got boogers in the face. I'm dancing in the dollar, this is a parade. I don't want your train, I'm gon' want another slave. I had that job that like too many to get saved. TSL racing, so I took a private plane. Get like it when I'm working on my aim. Drip too hard, turn to the car. Designer to the grind like a balance by the name. Drip too hard, caution on the floor. You gon' fuck around and drown, try and run it away.
Drip too hard, don't stand too close, you gon' run down. Off this way, doing all these shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I get paid. Bad little fire, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she get straight. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie get made. Drip too hard, don't stand too close, you gon' run down. Off this way, doing all these shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I get paid. Bad little fire, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she get straight. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie get made.
I might be too strung out on compliments, overdosed on confidence. Started not to give a f and stop fearing the consequence. Drinking every night because we dreams of my accomplishments. Made it way too long, I'm floating in and out of consciousness, and they saying I'm back. I'd agree with that. I just take my time with all this shit. I still believe in that. I had someone tell me I fell off, ooh, I needed that. And they wanna see me pick back up, well, where'd I leave it at? I know I exaggerated things, now I got it like that. Tuck my napkin in my shirt cause I'm just mobbing like that. You know good and well that you don't want a problem like that. You gon' make someone around me catch a body like that. No, don't do it, please don't do it. Cause one of us goes in and we all go through it. And Drizzy got the money, so Drizzy gon' pay it. Those my brothers, I ain't even gotta say it. That's just something they know. They know, they know, they know. They know, they know. They know, they know, they know, yeah, they know, yeah, that the real is on the rise. Them other guys, I even gave them a chance to decide. Now it's something they know. They know, they know, they know, yeah. I be yelling out money over everything, money on my mind. Then she wanna ask when it got so empty. expressing all the feelings. Soap opera rappers, all these sound like all my children. And that's who you thinking is about to come and make a killing. I guess it really is just me, myself, and all my millions. You know that they ain't even got it like that. You gon' hype me up and make me catch a body like that. Cause I live for this, it isn't just a hobby like that. When they get my shit and play it, I ain't even gotta say it. They know. They know, they know, they know. They know, they know, they know. They know, they know, yeah. They know, yeah. That the real is on the rise. Them other guys, I even gave them a chance to decide. Now it's something they know. They know, they know, they know. Me and money over everything. Money on my mind, mind, mind. Tell them I apologize. It happened over time, time. They know.
Something that's amazing and it mean a lot. When others be sleeping, I scheme and I plot. I don't get tired, I get my run the clock. It's this or it's nothing if this all I got.
Sound loud, I ain't going there. 2 shows and a mic check. Truth coming through jokes now. Who done gave him a nice check? Cracking up when I said Dwight who? I mean Dwight well. Dwight around your lips. Come again, yeah, Mike Epps. In my business, but you're really not like them. I'm sorry, I don't keep guns in the army. See the Jake, she ain't even warm me. I can speak game when I'm talking. I can peep game when performing. With the pound game, I'm performing. Back to Yo Got It first mixtape. I was trying to see if I could trip tape. Tip album had dropped in. And if you songs, and that trapper died as my diss. And to look at life through a fence. Contact visit, just a kiss. Told my lady she was beautiful. If they wasn't looking, I'd rip. She give her, I'm a copper fitter. But I really want her from the real. Everybody's so tough now, I guess being you don't appeal. Welcome home, Lee Lucas. Coming home on a pill. Lawyer lied for a year straight, daughter birthday came again. My presence, my protection, I don't get tired, I'm a weapon. Told look, it was game time, only this time it's a blessing. School call, got it gang, big fun. Top off, yeah, that's a liability, big fun. Hit the gas, yeah, boosting my adrenaline, big fun. Percocet, yeah, Molly Percocet, big fun. Percocet, yeah, Molly Percocet, big fun. Represent, yeah, gotta represent, gang, gang. Chasing shit, yeah, never chasing, big fun. Mask off, yeah, mask off, big fun. Mask off, yeah, mask off, big fun. Percocet, yeah, Molly Percocet, big fun. Chasing shit, yeah, never chasing, shit. Photo maybe, I drive anything, yeah. Buy my rings, yeah, make them go insane, yeah. My guillotine, drinking medicine, taking beans, go to those extremes, Parliament, Calamari wins, parlay in Vegas, we was in attendance, before the business, Theodore lenses, more prescriptions, focus on the mission, intermission, never take a break, we can switch states, touch out for our place, ain't no way, no come to play, we didn't come to play, no rock the bank, we gon' rock the game, again they game, we game, but they're not the same, Percocet, yeah, Molly Percocet, big fun, Percocet, yeah, Molly Percocet, big fun, represent, yeah, gotta represent, gang, gang, chasing shit, never chasing, big fun, mask off, yeah, mask off, big fun, mask off, yeah, mask off, big fun, Percocet, yeah, Molly Percocet, big fun, chasing shit, yeah, never chasing, big fun, mask off, mask off, mask off, mask off, mask off, mask off, cash off, never nod off.
Our first event is the women's 5K. If you have not checked in yet, head in the infield. The women's 5,000 meter will begin at 11 o'clock. Our first event is the women's 5,000 meter run. Competing in the 5,000 run from Cleveland State, Natalie Keller. From Shawnee State, Josie Brown. From Cleveland State, Ariana Coates. Sophia Spencer on attack. From Cedarville, Carolyn Keats. Brooke Bechtel, Cleveland State. Hannah Cunningham, Cuyahoga Community College. And Duffy, Ohio State Running Club. And Rosie Straub, Capital. Morgan's message stands on the purpose of building a community by and for athletes through peer-to-peer conversations. Through these efforts, it provides a platform for athletes. Morgan's message is so important not only in Kansas City, but in so many schools across the country. Be sure to check out Morgan's message table to learn more about this inspiring organization. You can also learn more at morgansmessage.org. Unofficial results for the women's 5,000 meters. In fifth place, Anna Cunningham, Cuyahoga Community College. In fourth from Capital, Rossi Shaw. In third from Ohio State Running Club, Maggie Duffy. Second place from Cedarville, Carolyn Pease. And in first place with a time of 18 minutes 9 seconds from Cleveland State, Natalie Keller. Fans, a reminder that Cheesy Weenie Food Truck is here today to serve you one-of-a-kind hot dogs. Be sure to stop by and try one of their many specialty hot dogs. next event is the women's 3,000-meter steeple. Unofficial results in the men's 5,000-meter run. 8th place from Cedarville, Andrew Spencer. 7th place, also from Cedarville, Nate Lewis. 6th place from Capital, Colin Brick. 5th place from the Ohio State Running Club, Nolan Freyhoff. And 4th place from Capital, Zach Protzbecker. 3rd place from Cedarville, Jeremiah Hetrick. In 2nd place, running unattached, Josh Rossman. And in 1st place in the men's 5,000-meter run with a time of 15:39.64 from Cedarville, Aiden Peterson. available behind the bandstands, and the baseball stadium is open with additional restrooms as needed. Results in the women's 3,000-meter steeplechase: in fifth place from Glenville State, Samantha Dawson. In fourth place from West Liberty, Emma Lynn. In third place from West Virginia University Tech, Carmen Camino. In second place from Cedarville, Aubrey Harrington. And in first place in the women's 3,000-meter steeple with a time of 11:14:09 from Cleveland State, Anna Kringle. some refreshments. Also, fans, a reminder that restrooms are located behind the grandstands, and restrooms are also available in the baseball stadium adjacent to the track. Results in the men's 300-meter steeple. In 8th place from Glenville State, Brady Lehman. In 7th place from West Virginia University Tech, Zachary Penka. In 6th place from WVU Tech, Elijah Northrup. 5th place from Ohio, Jacob Earl. 4th place, Jacob Brisky from Shawnee State. 3rd place from Shawnee State, Trevor Lenoy. 2nd place from Shawnee State, Isaiah Lenoy. And in 1st place in the men's 3,000-meter steeple with a time of 9:56.69.
By one relay, we already witnessed four total events earlier today, starting with the women's 5,000 meters. Natalie Keller of Cleveland State took home the victory with a time of 18:09 flat. Aiden Peterson won the men's 5,000 meters with a time of 15:39.64. And then moving to the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase, Anna Krangle of Cleveland State, 11:14.09. And we just concluded the men's 3,000 steeplechase a moment ago. And Kaden Lanoni won it with a time of 9:56.69. We are back and ready to go for the women's 4x1 relay. Everybody's gearing up for what should be a really fascinating race. Back with Ian Klein. Good to have you back here from last year, Ian.
Hey, Sam. It's great to be back. Thanks for having me. And we're out here on an awesome afternoon at Goldsberry Track.
And we are absolutely ready to go. We are also joined by two meet reporters, Sophie Haug and Kylie Osko, who will be providing unique insight and updates on the winners and their reactions after the majority of the Section 1 races, which feature the fastest seed times. But this is the women's 4x1 relay. And the relay squad to watch out for, Ian, is Ohio, the A team. Taja Booker, Ella Baker, Rhea Gordon, and Tanaya Stevens. 46:50 is the PR. That is the second fastest time in school history.
Yeah, it has been amazing to see what this group has done. Coach Chaplin has come in and just renovated this whole group, and you can tell by the fast times that they are in a whole new level when they run this race.
So, according to our start list, in lane 1, Wilmington from Ohio, A-team. Lane 2, Cleveland State's relay squad. And then 3, 4, and 5. Those are who you're going to want to pay attention to. Cedarville, A-team. Ohio's A-team in lane 4. Ohio's B-team in lane 5. West Liberty's A-team, also don't sleep on them with a seed time of 47.71. Capital in lane 7 and Shawnee State in lane 8. But again, Ohio's A-team in lane 4, and Taja Booker along with Ella Baker, Rhea Gordon, and Tanaya Stevens. Ella Baker set to run in that first leg, it looks like, for the Bobcats. Coach Champlin making some adjustments and getting ready to go. It looks like Taja Booker is actually going to lead things off for the Bobcats in lane 4. It's going to be a very fast race. Again, Ohio's A-team, second fastest in program history with a time of 46:50. The school record is 46:16, set in 1999.
Women's 4x100 meter relay.
Sam, just to give it a little perspective here, these runners are running up to speeds of 25 miles per hour. I mean, that's the speed limit on Schaefer out here. They're going to be running the speed limit and maybe even exceeding it.
The wind is also a factor today as well. Gusts upwards of 20 miles an hour swirling around Goldsberry Track as we get set to go for the women's 4x1 relay. Ohio A team with the fastest seed time, 46:50, but also Ohio's B team not too far behind with Paris Scotia Forma, Maggie Stewart, Jael Sykes, and Jada Irwin. Jael Sykes is the first leg for the Bobcats in the B team. But again, lane 4, watch out for lane 4 as Taja Booker, the Western Carolina transfer, gets set for her go at leg 1. And the women's 4x100 relay is underway. One lap around the track. And a quick transition to Ella Baker, Ohio. The freshman from Amherst, Ohio, turns on the jets. But Cedarville's Alexandra Brizzi with a quick exchange as we're 24 seconds in.
It's going to be a close one coming down the final stretch here. One more exchange to go.
Rhea Gordon hands off to Tanaya Stevens. And Stevens accelerating, trying to close the gap on lane 3 of Cedarville. That's Nora Hagan. And it is Cedarville, Nora Hagan, who comes in first place. The 4x1 women's relay of Kirsten Franklin, Alexandra Brizzi, Mallory Gasper, and Nora Hagan win the women's 4x100 relay. We'll get the official time in just a moment. Looks like 46:43 is the official time for Cedarville A team. Kirsten Franklin, Alexandra Brizzi, Mallory Gasper, and Nora Hagan. Their PR 46:57, so a new PR for this Cedarville A team on the 4x100 relay. That's pretty impressive.
That's impressive, especially with the wind, because at least 2 of those runners had to run straight into a pretty strong headwind. So to be able to put up that time is an impressive feat for today.
So the official times coming in, Cedarville's A team 46:43, that is a PR. Ohio's A team 46:97, so a little bit slower than their PR, coming in at 46:50. West Liberty comes in third place with a time of 48:03.
Yeah, you could really tell in that first exchange, especially Ohio, they were a little bit off, which you lose quarter of a second, half a second just from that exchange. So if they tighten that up, they're going to be right in there with that school record time.
Ohio in first place, the time of 46.43, the team from Cedarville.
Looking over at the hammer throw right now across the street, and a couple of updates. One from Ohio. We spoke to Mary Boyden, Ohio's throws coach, and Millie Ryan, who is in flight 2 of 3 for the Bobcats this weekend. And she put up a season best time of 37.58 meters. So Millie Ryan continues to make some significant strides for the Ohio Bobcats. Mary told us that Millie has been drilling extra work in before practice, after practice, to really focus on her hammer throw and discus. She is close to a huge breakthrough in both events. I'd say a season best is a breakthrough.
Yeah, yeah. And we're still, I mean, we've got a couple weeks to go in the season, working our way through April. May is really where it counts. So to see her do this well this early is good.
Her previous season best was, or her previous personal best was 38.91, Millie Ryan. So to be able to put that down to 37.58 is quite impressive. As we turn our attention back to the track for the men's 4x100 relay. Cedarville's A team, watch out for anchor Tanner Molenkamp, the sophomore from Coldwater, Ohio. Cedarville, they've got the fastest seed time coming in on the men's 4x100 relay. In lane 4, West Liberty also a contender in this race in lane 5. And they're off for the men's 4x100 relay. Cedarville, Josh Jones, Joshua Benor, Brandon Thomas, and then the anchor Tanner Molenkamp, who set the school record in the 100 on March 30th with a 100 time of 10:62. It's going to be really close coming down to the wire. Cedarville's projected time 41:64. West Liberty's 41:68 as we make the turn to the final push, 32 seconds in. And it's Molenkamp against Lorenzo Ferrara. Look at this, stride for stride down the line. Oh, it's going to be close. Lorenzo Ferrara, the freshman from Benwood, West Virginia, his PR in the 100, 10:65. And then Tanner Molenkamp has the school record for Cedarville. Those two literally going stride for stride. And we'll get the official results in just a moment.
That's what you call a photo finish.
That was an exceptional race. Flat. Cedarville's A team, Tanner Molenkamp, finds a way to just get past Lorenzo Ferrara by literally 0.01 seconds. West Liberty's A team, Nathan Baker, Miki Anderson, Art Williams, and Lorenzo Ferrara, 42:01. So 0.01 second difference. Cedarville's A team, West Liberty's A team for the 4x100 men.
You cannot get any closer than that, otherwise you'd be tied. And that's what you call running through the line, which I saw Cedarville. Cedarville looked like they were not giving up until 10 meters after the finish line, and it paid off.
Wow, that was a tremendous race, literally photo finish. Again, Tanner Molenkamp, the sophomore from Coldwater, Ohio, set the school record in the 100 on March 30th. Also a state champion in football out of Coldwater High School, and was just busting it down the line for Cedarville, a program that has had a lot of success at the NCCAA level. So our next event on the track will be the 1500. So stay tuned for that. But again, we have a lot to unpack from what's already transpired earlier today. We had the women's 5,000, the men's 5,000, the women's 3,000 steeple, the men's 3,000 steeple. But the Bobcats didn't put anyone out there in those races, which is not surprising because a couple of days ago and yesterday, Ohio competed out at the Brian Clay Invitational and put together some really solid times.
They did, and they were out there with some very high competition. We're talking professionals within the race with the college athletes. So those are the type of races that set set school leading times, which was set in the 10,000 meters.
Yeah, Kelsey Harris with a ridiculous 10K time, 34:19:40. All right, the women's 1500. This is going to be a fun one as we turn our attention back to the track. 3 3/4 laps around. here's a look at the field, a stacked field for the women's 1500. Section 1 of 2, again, sections meaning that if you happen to have the fastest time in section 2 of 2, you would win the event. But section 1 is underway, and these are the fastest runners going off right now, including Zoe Lehman, unattached freshman who is on the Ohio State roster, but perhaps redshirting this season, so running unattached. Annie Allen, also unattached, senior from Ohio State. Lindsay Stull, a junior unattached as well from Ohio State. Those three have the fastest seed times coming in. 4:32 flat, Zoe Lehman. Annie Allen's seed time, 4:34 flat, and Lindsay Stoll's seed time, 4:38 flat. As we take a look at the lead pack there, Lehman with the one patch on her race bib, looking sharp through the first 400 at around a 51-second split for the first stretch of the 1500, but again, starting 3/4 of the way around the track, so not an official full lap there.
Yeah, they're coming up on 400 meters here in about 111, 112, and it's clear that the top 3 runners are on a mission today to run a certain time. Anytime you see a group like that go out all together, there's likely 1 or 2 of them aiming for a specific time, and then maybe 1 or 2 helping that other runner get to their goal time.
All 3 of the runners on your screen right now, Zoe Lehman, Annie Allen, and Lindsay Stull, again, on the Ohio State roster, but running unattached. Zoe, a freshman from Granville, Ohio, she placed 8th at the 2021 State Cross Country Championships. She was the 2022 Cross Country Runner of the Year at Granville High School. And then moving to Annie Allen, who is at that number 2 on her race bib. Allen is testing out the 1500 outdoors for the very first time. Her PR in the mile is 4:58.76. So she's got a ton of speed, but this is a great opportunity, again, running unattached, and perhaps a redshirt season to at least test the waters for the 1500.
Well, back in about 6th place right now, we got Kenna Lovelace, our leading Bobcat. Can't see her on your screen, but about 15, 20 meters back, she is helping to lead a charge to potentially catch that top group of 3, because with wind upwards of 15 miles today, anything can happen if you go out that quick. So let's see if that second pack can catch these 3 runners.
3 minutes and counting here. As you mentioned, Kenna Lovelace has only done the 1500 one other time this outdoor season, posted a time of 4:55.35. But right now, 1-2 respectively, looking at Zoe Lehman and Annie Allen with 1 lap to go. And starting to distance themselves even further away from the pack. We've got to highlight Glenville State's Natalie Barr in the royal blue, just on the bottom right corner of your screen. From Canvas, West Virginia, the freshman, 4:49.13, a PR outdoor. She also holds the fastest time this season in the 800, so maybe she has a good kick here in the final 400 meters. But look at the distance separated for first place. 4:05 and counting. Zoe Lehman's seed time coming in 4:32 flat. And right now she is putting that to the test. In first place, separating herself from her teammate Annie Allen, the 2022 Cross Country Runner of the Year.
Still looking strong. She might have timed this perfectly. She's about 50 meters to go.
Zoe Lehman putting on the Jets and will complete the 1500 in first place. right around 4:39, 4:39.89 officially, right behind her, Annie Allen. And then a close second between Lindsay Stull and Natalie Barr. Lindsay Stull unattached on Ohio State's roster, and Natalie Barr, Glenville State, rounding out a very close battle for third place. We'll get the official results in just a moment.
Section 2 in the women's 1,500-meter run.
Gearing up for the women's 200, the women's 1,500 section 2. And the official results coming in: Zoe Lehman wins it with a time of 4:39.89. Annie Allen and Anna Carmel, pardon me, coming in third place with a time of 4:49.08. All right, we mentioned we are happy to have 2 meet reporters throughout the course of the day, roaming around the track and the field events as well. Sophie Haug and Kylie Osco. First, let's join Sophie, who has some updates on some of the earlier races.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I spoke with both winners of the 5,000-meter race, Natalie Keller of Cleveland State and Aiden Peterson of Cedarville. Natalie said that she has to practice in the same environment that she races, which means no music. This helps her focus and compete like we saw this morning. On the guys' side, Aiden actually hasn't ran in 6 months due to shin splints, but after lots of cross-training, he's back at it and feeling good.
Pretty cool stuff. What were the emotions like for both of them when you were talking to them? Did you sense any emotion, especially from Aiden, who, like you said, hadn't done much at all in the last 6 months?
Yeah, Aiden actually said that he needed to acknowledge the strength that God has given him today. He said he owed it all to him because he hasn't ran in such a long time.
Wow, crazy stuff. Well, we look forward to hearing some more updates from you, Sophie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aiden Peterson, again, coming in with an impressive first-place finish in the men's 5,000 meters with a time of 15:39.64. And then Sophie also got a chance, as you heard a moment ago, to talk with Natalie Keller, who won the women's 5,000 meters in PR fashion, 18:09 flat from Cleveland State. Aiden Peterson from Cedarville. So 2 really impressive marks to highlight. And the race happening right now is the second section of the 1,500 on the women's side. And this features the likes of Gabrielle Giannis of the Ohio State Running Club, Mackenzie McCarthy of Rio Grande, a sophomore, Elizabeth Mack, a junior from Capital, with the 3rd fastest seed time at 5:05.20. Runners from all over the state of Ohio: Jessica Ellick, Shawnee State, a freshman, Emma Lally, Ohio State Running Club. Those are the top 5 seed times. Very familiar schools in the state of Ohio, all competing here at the Cherry Blossom Invitational.
Yes, it's great to see so many different schools here competing. And this race is going out a little bit different than that first section, where we've got about 6 athletes all bunched up from different schools. And you can tell it's a fast pace when somebody leads for 100 meters and then somebody else takes over for 100 meters. And it's almost like a peloton.
Yeah.
In a cycling event where they're trying to block the wind for each other to run the fastest time possible.
And Marissa Kearns is actually in first place right now from Rio Grande. The sophomore came in with a seed time of 5:11.61, and she's really starting to separate herself here with less than 2 laps to go. Zoe Lehman won the section prior to this, section 1, the fastest of the 2 sections with a time of 4:39.89. in a 1500, if you're feeling like it could be a special race, when would you crank up the volume and put the accelerators on?
1500, very similar to a mile. You do not want to make your move in the first half of the race, and really not until that last lap. So when you come back around the start line, that final time with about 300 meters to go, most runners would say you'd make 2 moves, one on the back stretch and then one into the final stretch, and hopefully you time it just right so you use all your energy right when you hit that finish line.
Less than 400 meters for Amarissa Kearns, the sophomore from Rio Grande. Has nobody around her right now and looking pretty darn good.
She's coming up on 200 meters to go. Does not look like anybody will catch her.
Yeah, she's really distanced herself from the rest of the field here in the second section of the women's 1500. As we take a look at Amarissa Kearns of Rio Grande, turning on the jets. And you can really see her pushing in this final 100. And is going to check in just under 5 minutes, 4:57 unofficially. A really impressive race for Amarissa Kearns of Rio Grande in the second section of the women's 1500. The men's 1500 is coming up in just a moment as the final runners finish up section 2 of the women's 1500. Yeah, Amarissa Kearns, an official time of 4:56.99. That is good for 9th overall. Again, these are sections, so they all get ranked in totality. Different from heats. Sydney Yoder, who ran in the first section, just populated on our screen 5:03, but Amarissa Kearns was faster than a couple of runners in that first section. In fact, faster than 5 runners in section 1. So good work for Amarissa Kearns. Second place in section 2 went to Gabrielle Giannis of the Ohio State Running Club, and Elizabeth Mack, a junior from Capital, finishes in 3rd place in section 2 of the women's 1500 with a time of 5:05.50. But here is the first section of the men's 1500, and this is a race that Tony Tonkovich can absolutely win. He is the projected favorite, running unattached from Ohio University.
He is. I'm really looking forward to this race. One for Tony, but also for all the Bobcats we got in this race. They say other than Joe Burrow, Tony Tonkovich might be the most famous from Athens High. We'll see if his classmates agree.
Athens' finest, no doubt about it, and Ohio is absolutely stacked in this first section. It's not just Tony Tonkovich, but Rocco DeVincent, Charles Slates, Andrew Bracken, as we're underway for the men's 1500. And this is going to be quick. Look at Tony Tonkovic absolutely accelerating from the get-go. Tony's PR in this event, 3:46.99. That was at last year's Raleigh Relays.
Yeah, he's wasting no time. He's getting out there and he's getting clear of any elbows, any other runners. He just wants a clear track to lay down a fast time. So here comes Tony as he rounds by what would be the finish line, 300 meters into the race.
Tony Tonkovic, the senior from Athens, Ohio, as we outlined, runs on the Ohio men's cross country team and is about to put down a 400, first 400 of this 1500 in less than 60 seconds. Really good work in the high 50s for Tonkovic, who has logged about 55 miles this week. He said his preparation feeling good before this 1500. He's slotted to race in both the 800 and 400 later today. But this is his sweet spot. His pro running idol, Matt Centrowitz, the gold medalist in the 1500 at the 2016 Olympics in Brazil. This is Tony Tonkovic's race.
And I got to highlight Tony as a senior, as a grad student in engineering, balancing everything, but he's such a great role model. And I will mention that he takes the time to talk to the freshmen, the sophomores, the juniors, and he wants everybody running as best as they can. And you can see here, he's leading the way, but he's got a pack of Bobcats behind him.
Almost done with 800 meters and closing in on just snapping it underneath the 2-minute mark. Really close for Tony Tonkovic. Is this where he wants to be, you think, 800 meters in?
I think so. You always give yourself a range as a runner. You don't want to give yourself a specific time, but he looks to be feeling good. He's about 30 meters in front of the next runner.
You know, one thing Tony told me several months ago was he felt like the training he did this summer in Colorado really helped him in terms of not only bonding with teammates, but just logging miles. He said, I got to focus on running and learning more about recovery instead of just spending one summer in Athens. And he absolutely is throwing it down right now. No doubt in cruise control.
We got Tony up front. We got Franklin and Rocco moving into second and third. Some rising sophomores as they are leading the chase back. But this is all Tony all day as he nears 300 meters to go.
PR in this event for Tony Tonkovic, 3:46.99. And again, he got off to a great start. His first two 400 meters in was right around 55, 56 seconds, and then was inside 2 minutes after the 800-meter mark. And he's looking to break his personal record set at the Raleigh Relays last year, 3:46.99. Really going to have to push it, though, with about 6 seconds to beat that time. As you can see, Tony cranking it up and trying to at least get inside 4 minutes. And Tony Tonkovic will break 4 minutes and win the men's 1500 here in Athens at the Cherry Blossom Invitational. And Ohio, absolutely loaded field in this first section. A plethora of Bobcats coming in after him.
Yes, and this is a bright, bright future here at Ohio University for the men's team, as we have numerous freshmen and sophomores who this past fall set some of the fastest cross-country times of all time on the cross-country course. And this is just another tack in the system as they run some fast times on the track.
All right, so that is it for section 1. Final results from the first section of the men's 1500. Tony Tonkovic, 3:54.37. Rocco DeVincent, who's running unattached for the Ohio Bobcats, the sophomore, 3:58.45. Khalid Hamil Ohio State Running Club 358.85. In third place in that first section, but again, sections 2 and 3 still can march their way up this leaderboard. This is not your typical heat alignment, but it's sections, so everybody has the chance to actually win the 1500. But these seat times in section 2 much slower than section 1. What did you think of Tony's race overall?
Tony took care of business. He got out there. He was basically running the race by himself the whole time, which is how he had planned it. And when you do that and you execute, you got to be happy with your performance, regardless of the time. He came very close to his personal best, but the way that he ran was almost better than the time itself, leading from the start and finishing first.
Section 2 underway in the men's 1500. Danuel Persinga, Rio Grande, wearing the 1 patch on the race bib. Rylan Falumi, Cedarville 2. Brandon Weidel, Ohio State Running Club 3. J.J. Varner, sophomore, Cedarville 4. Camden Johnchek, Cedarville 5. Francis Tuhi, sophomore, West Liberty 6. Donovan Slattery, junior, Capital 7. Casey Science, freshman, Rio Grande 8. Teddy Jenickson, Rio Grande 9. Jasper Brown, West Liberty 10. Philip Every, senior, Shawnee State 11. Aiden Judd, sophomore, Shawnee State 12. Brody Cermak, senior, West Liberty 13. Ethan Callerman, Cedarville 14. Rounding out the men's 1500 section 2. Rio Grande holding down this race 1, 2, 3 respectively right now.
Coming up on the 800 here in about 2:04, 2:05, so definitely a few seconds off of where Tony was at.
And this is Casey Science, who had the 9th fastest projected time in section 2 at 4:12.69. So he's completely dropped significant time in this race right now compared to his projected time. Pretty impressive. Looking like Tony Tonkovic has separated himself significantly away from the field. His 2 teammates not too far behind. And pardon me, that is actually Teddy Jenickson of Rio Grande in first place. Casey Science is in second place, and Danuel Persinga is in third place, all Rio Grande runners. There's one more section in the men's 1500 coming up in just a moment before we turn our attention to the women's 100-meter hurdles. But right now, Teddy Jensen, freshman, Rio Grande, putting it down right now.
He's still got about a 40, 50-meter lead here. Does not look like anybody will be catching him as he comes down the final home stretch.
And really putting Tony Tonkovic's 3:54.37 to the test a little bit. Teddy Jensen, the freshman from Rio Grande, is going to just maybe crack underneath 4 minutes. And the men's 1500 section 2, and his 2 teammates not too far behind, Casey Science, Rio Grande, and Danuel Persinga of Rio Grande. Teddy Jensen actually with the 5th fastest time. But it's Tony Takovich who does work and claims the first place spot in the men's 1500. No questions asked. All right, before the men's 1500 Section 3 gets underway, Kylie Osko, our second meet reporter, roaming around the track all day long. Kylie, what do you have for us?
Honestly, the women's 1500 was stellar. We had, give me 1 second here. So sorry. We had Zoe Lehman. She came out, and this was her first collegiate 1500, and she absolutely killed it. She had a great lead ahead of everybody, and she was able to lap somebody. And just getting to talk to her, she said this was a great opportunity, and she was just glad she was able to do it with her teammates and just get out there and run, and she was really excited for that. And then for the men's 1500, we had Michael Tanovic, and he came out, and he said he was really optimistic to beat the school record today, but Mother Nature just was not in his cards, that the wind was against him, but he just tried his best. He was hoping that he could run the race with more of his teammates and that they could have just stayed with him, but he was just glad to have the lead. And honestly, he absolutely killed it today.
Yeah, we really appreciate those updates. So how bad is the wind down there? Is it really gusting?
Oh, it's 13 miles per hour. It is right in your face. It is not your friend if you are a track runner today.
Kylie, thank you for your time. We'll talk to you more soon. Well, certainly interesting to note, Tony, running into the wind there. How difficult is it when you're having to deal with that while also trying to just run your race?
Yeah, I feel like even if it's a circular track, you feel it more when it's in your face than you do when it's on your back. So it is taking more out of you than it's giving you on the track here. And even 5 miles per hour is going to be a noticeable difference in the wind. So 13 miles per hour is definitely going to slow you down. Now, runners like to do what we call drafting, which is run directly behind somebody slightly faster than you, and they're going to block the wind. So we see a lot of athletes tuck in, draft until that last lap. But if you're like Tony and you know you want to run a certain time, you got to put yourself out there like he did.
Section 3 is underway, and again, the top runner in all 3 sections of the 1500 on the men's side has been no contest. I mean, just cruise control. This is Taylor Plank, who is a freshman from Cedarville, 4:30 flat seed time coming in. Plank is just past the 2-minute mark, coming around the bend for his 800 meters to be completed. But going back to the first 2 sections, you know, Kylie, we heard from her a moment ago. Tony Takovich had to deal with the wind. That's something that everybody's going to have to deal with today. But his time to beat, 3:54.37. Rocco DeVincent, his teammate, running unattached for the Ohio Bobcats, 3:58.45. But going down the line, Teddy Jensen, Section 2, has the 5th fastest time so far, and was able to move up significantly in front of a bunch of runners who ran in Section 1. But with these seed times in Section 3, they're not going to come close to topping Tony's 3:54.37. But this is still an impressive run here for the freshman from Cedarville, Tanner Plank. Final lap.
Yeah, despite the wind, I did hear a few runners talking after the races that they had set some personal records, so it is not out of the question at all, especially in a longer distance race like this where maybe you haven't run this event that often and you're putting yourself out there. So we're likely to see some personal best from these runners.
Taylor Plank coming around the bend, final 200 meters for the freshman from Cedarville. A Cedarville program that has had a ton of success at the NCCAA level. Actually, the men's squad finished NCCAA runner-ups at the 2024 Indoor Championships, and the women captured their 6th straight National Christian College Athletic Association title in indoors. But here we are outdoors, and the freshman Plank will come in first place in Section 3, around 4:15, 4:16 in his 1500. So Tony Tonkovich officially a first place finisher in the men's 1500 with a time of 3:54.37. Again, not the race he would have hoped for. Wanted to get closer to what he set at the 2023 Raleigh Relays, but still impressive for what is the final time. I believe he'll be able to race while he's in school at Ohio University. Could still run unattached maybe the following year.
Yes, and Tony has been amazing over these years, as we see Rocco DeVincent and Franklin Angelos coming in that top 5. Those are your next generation of Tony Tonkoviches.
Oh, really?
In the next few
They're
years.
They're coming for Tony's times.
That's my prediction. You heard it on air here first. Rocco, Franklin, and you could name 5 or 6 others that were in that race that have the potential to do what Tony did.
So once again, Tony Tonkovich, 3:54.37. And we'll see what he does later on today. He's supposed to run the 800 and the 400. Transitioning over to some of the field events. This is West Liberty and the triple jump that is underway. West Liberty actually won the long jump on the women's side earlier today. The men's triple jump happening right now, but the women's triple jump has gone final, and Chianti Marks, the sophomore from Rio Grande, a first place finish with a 9.96 meter mark on average across 6 attempts, and that 6th attempt was the longest distance, 9.96. So she wins the women's triple jump. As some of our field events continue to populate right now. The men's long jump in progress. Dylan Dowell of Capital right now in first place after attempt number 3, 6.73 meters. Hammer throw continues to go on across the street here at Ohio University. And we do have an update, by the way, from some of the hammer throws from Ohio University. Again, we've been chatting with Ohio throw coach Mary Boyden, who has really done a great job building that particular part of the track and field program. And women's hammer throw in flight 3 of 3. The Bobcats have Jasmine Correa, the sophomore, who came in with a projected time of 42.28. Jasmine posted the 8th best throw today. And Jordan Baith, the senior, 3rd best throw, heading to the finals in the women's hammer throw. So Jordan Baith heading to the finals in the women's hammer throw. We'll keep you posted on that. But put together a really nice preliminary round. So Jasmine and Jordan will both be in the finals of the women's hammer throw, and they'll get 3 more throws. So that is happening right now. Maybe we can check back in as they're getting set up for the women's 100 hurdles right now. But this is a look at the finals of the hammer throw. And Mary Boyden, Ohio throw coach, told me you've got 1 minute to sort of prepare yourself. There's a time limit, 1 minute when you're in the circle to throw.
Results of the men's 1500 meter.
You do, and it's interesting. Some throwers, they like silence. They don't want anybody cheering. They don't want anybody looking at them. But other throwers, they want noise. They want clapping. They want people to be loud while they're throwing. So it's interesting that it's so different, even though it's the same sport.
All right, so we are gearing up for the women's 100-meter hurdles right now. There are two sections in the 100-meter hurdles. Gracie Smith, the freshman for the Ohio Bobcats, coming into this event with the second fastest seed time, right behind Myasia Matthews. Those two in lanes 4 and 5 respectively in this women's 100-meter hurdles. Section 1 of 2. This is the fastest section of the two. Also pay attention to Cedarville's Caroline Schackenbach, the senior from Iowa City, Iowa, 15:56 seed time. That's just about a tenth of a second slower than Ohio's Gracie Smith, the freshman from Grove City, Ohio. Gracie actually owns the fastest time in the 100-meter hurdles on the team this season. And she told me that she initially heard about track and field from her mom, but never seriously thought about competing at a young age until high school. And she is in lane 5, representing Ohio. Section 1 of 2 in the women's 100-meter hurdles about to get underway. Again, watch for lanes 4 and 5. Gracie Smith, the freshman, leaking out a little bit in front, but it's, again, Caroline Schackenbach of Cedarville. Smith charging forward, has the lead right now down the stretch. And Gracie Smith with about 17 seconds, maybe. We don't have the official results yet, but it looks like she cleared first place. Tough angle from what we saw, but 15:94 unofficially. Gracie Smith, first place, Ohio.
You could tell she showed a lot of grit in that race as she was challenged about 50, 60 meters into the race by several runners, which can throw you off if you're not focused on yourself, if you're focused on others, but she was locked in. She kept going, and she pulled away that last 10, 20 meters, so that is great to see for Gracie.
15:94, Gracie Smith in section 1. Not quite her PR outdoors this season, which is 15:45, but still an impressive race for the freshman who continues to get better and better and is a very versatile athlete on this track and field program. Second place, Caroline Schackenbach of Cedarville, the senior, with a time of 16:11. And Marissa Scott, West Liberty, freshman, third place in section 1 of the women's 100 hurdles with a time of 16:16. So 1 through 3 there, Ian, pretty close.
Oh yeah, you only have 100 meters here to separate yourself from the other athletes, so it can come down just like we saw in that first race to .01 sometimes. And if they tie, they'll take it to the next decimal place, .001, which I've seen a couple times.
All right, so section 2 here, just 3 runners in the women's 100-meter hurdles. Ariella Vanderlaan, junior, Cedarville. Bryn Badgett, freshman, Capital. And Kaya Yanagisawa of the Ohio State Running Club. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 in the women's 100-meter hurdles. The time to beat Gracie Smith, Ohio, 15:94. The only one to go sub 16 seconds.
Sam, I don't know if you've ever run a 100-meter sprint all out before, but it is tough to get under 16 seconds without the hurdles. She did it with 10 hurdles in her way, but she was able to get over those and get under 16 seconds.
Yeah, and I think after that fourth or fifth hurdle, really took charge and surged ahead. And this is Bryn Badgett of Capital in first place in section 2. And she will cruise in right around 16 and a half, maybe unofficially, as we head back over to some of the field events going on right now. This is Cedarville in the men's triple jump. And we're going to take a quick break before we gear up for the men's 110-meter hurdles. So stand by for that. And then the women's 400 is right after the 110 hurdles. We'll be back in a moment here from Ohio University for the Cherry Blossom Invitational.
Results in the women's 100-meter hurdles. In 8th place from Ohio State running club, Kaya Yanagasawa. In 7th, West Liberty's Zane Freckle. 6th place from Capital, Bryn Badgett. 5th place from Cuyahoga Community College, Asa Matthews. In 4th place from Capital, Maria Kupka. 3rd place from West Liberty, Marissa Scott. 2nd place from Cedarville, Caroline Scheckenbach. And in first place in the women's 100-meter hurdles with a time of 15.94 from Ohio University, Gracie Smith. Our next event, 2 sections of the men's 110-meter hurdles.
All right, welcome back to Goldsberry Track alongside Ian Klein. I'm Sam Hyman, and our 2 meet reporters, Sophie Haug and Kylie Osco, along with our outstanding crew today. We are gearing up for the men's 110-meter hurdles. This is section 1 of 2. And junior West Liberty, Miki Anderson, the hurdler to watch in lane 4 with the fastest seat time, 14:17. He'll be tested by 2 hurdlers to his left and right, both from Cedarville. David Entz is someone to pay attention to, as well as Matt Schackenbach, the freshman from Iowa City, Iowa. 42 inches exactly the mark to clear for each of these hurdles.
Lane 2, Aaron Kupchner, Glenville State. Lane 3, Matthew Schickenbach, Cedarville.
Mickey Anderson, the junior from Romney, West Virginia, his PR 14:52. And that PR is currently the fastest time in the Mountain East Conference. West Liberty, a Division II school. David Entz, the senior from Whitewater, Kansas, his season best time of 14:89 at the Jim Vargo Invitational in Louisville. We just caught a glimpse of the men's triple jump just a moment ago. Through 3 attempts, Dylan Dowell is still in first place from Capital. And how about Mickey Anderson showing off his versatility? He's in second place in the men's triple jump, or pardon me, in the men's long jump. And now here he is getting set to take center stage for Section 1 of the men's 110 hurdles. It looks like we have a scratch in lane 3. So Matt Schackenbach of Cedarville actually will not participate. So David Entz and Mickey Anderson, the 2 hurdlers to watch here in Section 1 of the men's 110. And it is Entz who's taking first after the second to last hurdle. And David Entz and Mickey Anderson wire to wire. It's Mickey Anderson who survives by 0.02 seconds, 14.78, 14.80. Mickey Anderson, David Entz, 1-2 respectively.
Yeah, and it looked like the Cedarville runner had it until that last hurdle and then hit the hurdle, which the hurdles do fall over pretty easily if you're running full speed, but it slows you down. So I think that was the game changer for first and second, was that last hurdle.
Back over to the field events and the men's triple jump. West Liberty, again, they dominated the women's long jump earlier today. The finals of the shot put and hammer throw are still happening over across the parking lot. Again, we had a chance to speak to Ohio's throws coach, Mary Boyden, who told us that 2 of the hammer throwers for the Bobcats are actually in the finals. So we'll keep you updated on those hammer throwers. That is Jasmine Correa and Jordan Baith. Jordan Baith actually had the 3rd longest hammer throw in the prelims, and the finals are taking place right now. So we'll keep you updated and see how Jordan does, contending for that first place mark in the finals happening right now. Second section of the men's 110-meter hurdles about to get underway on the track. But yeah, the official times from that first section in the 110 hurdles, so close. Very similar, actually, to the men's 4x1 earlier today. That went down to the wire by that was decided by 0.02 seconds as well. Mickey Anderson, West Liberty, right now with the time to beat in the men's 110 hurdles at 14.78.
Yeah, they say the shorter the race is, the more technical it becomes, and we see that in these shorter sprints. And here comes heat 2 here.
Section 2 underway. And a really nice push to the finish from Caden Lowe of Capital, the sophomore. Caden Lowe against Marlon Moore. And Caden Lowe wins Section 2 of the men's 110 hurdles. 16:40, 3/10 of a second faster. So the hurdles now will be removed as we get set for the 400 in just a moment. Going to take maybe about 3 minutes or so. We'll see if we have anything up to date from the women's hammer throw, which is in progress right now, the finals as we talked about. So we're going to take a quick break before we get set for the 400 on the men's and women's side as they clear out the hurdles. So stick with us for some exciting races to come. The 400 on the men's and women's side, that is straight ahead on the track here at the Cherry Blossom Invitational.
Results in the 110-meter hurdles in 8th place, Andrew Skaggs from Ohio. 7th place, Marlon Moore, Glenville State. 6th place, Glenville State, Aaron Comfort. 5th place from Capital, Kelly Wilson. 4th place, also from Capital, Caden Lowe. 3rd place, Jordan Donkovich, West Liberty. 2nd place from Cedarville, David Entz. And in first place in the men's 110-meter hurdles with a time of 14.78 from West Liberty, Mackay Anderson.
Welcome back to Goldsberry Track here, the Cherry Blossom Invitational happening at Ohio University. And we are gearing up for the women's 400-meter sprint. It's going to be a fun one. With Sophie Haug, I'm Sam Hyman. Sophie, you've competed in this event, the 400. What's the key to winning this race?
Yes, thanks, Sam. So going into this event, you know that it's going to hurt. And I think the first step in even thinking about winning a race is getting over that mental block of knowing this is going to hurt your body.
3 Ohio Bobcats on your radar for this race. Ella Baker in lane 3, Taja Booker lane 4, Jada Irwin lane 5. Stephen Champlin, the sprints coach, has done a tremendous job building this particular race group. Taja Booker transferred from Western Carolina, and Ella Baker and Jada Irwin are both freshmen. So it's going to be fascinating to watch those 3 go toe-to-toe. They've got the 3 fastest seed times coming in, and Ella Baker's freshman time of 58:25 is her PR. Taja Booker's seed time, though, is the fastest, 56:50. And we will see what transpires. Is there a point in the 400 where you change your speed, or are you going the same speed the entire way? What's the approach there?
Well, I mean, there's lots of different ways to go about it, but I always found that when you hit that 200-meter mark, so you complete your first 200, and then when you get to that last 200, it's all you got. I mean, you have to give everything that you have left in you, and not that you weren't doing that first 200, but you really got to kick it into high speed that second 200.
Ella Baker, the freshman from Amherst, Ohio. We had a chance to catch up with her before this invitational got started. Really cool personality, a lot of energy, and for her just being a freshman, really cool to see what she's done in her first season at Ohio. She does own the fastest time on the team in this event. As the blocks are laid down and we are ready to go. The women's 400 about to get underway. This is section 1 of 3. This is the fastest section. Everybody in any section has the opportunity to win this event, but it's stacked at the top with section 1, the fastest runners laid out. The other runners in this section: Haley Cook, Wilmington; Madison Morris, Cleveland State; Jaden Roach, Rio Grande; Jessica Ferguson, Cedarville. And again, lanes 3, 4, and 5 are all Ohio Bobcats. What's the key to getting a good start in the 400?
Well, you know, it's similar to the other sprint events that you want to come out of the block still tilted over a little bit and hold that position for as long as you can. But sometimes it's easier to kind of open up your strides on those straightaways and sprint a little harder on the curves. So coming out right out of the block onto a curve, you got a dead sprint.
All sprinters are getting set to go here. Again, Ella Baker's PR, 58:25. Her seed time, though, 56:82. So that's about 2 seconds faster. So in training, she's been turning the volume up as we are underway in section 1 of the women's 400. Ella Baker in lane 3, Taja Booker lane 4, the 2 fastest seed times coming in. And Ella Baker really is cranking up the volume right now, approaching the first 200 in right around 25 seconds. What do you think so far, Sophie?
That is so impressive. They're all going at a great pace, and I think if they maintain this, they're going to finish well.
Ohio 1, 2, and 3 right now in section 1 of the women's 400. Ella Baker is in first place, the freshman from Amherst, Ohio. Her PR is 58:25, and she is putting that to the test right now. Absolutely throwing down the hammer. Taja Booker, Jada Irwin not too far behind. And it's Ella Baker who crosses first, just under 58 seconds unofficially. It looked like Ella was running out of gas a little bit down the stretch there. Man, what a race. Unofficially, Ella Baker's time is 57:55, which is a new PR if that holds up. 57:55 for Ella Baker. Taja Booker, 58:32. Jada Irwin, 58:45. So the Bobcats stacked at the top. And again, all of these sprinters for Ohio were not on the roster a season ago. So you talk about the growth of the sprint group. It's certainly right here, right now for Coach Champlin and Coach Peace.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's important to, one, have bodies and have numbers on your team, but then to throw down times like this, it's even more impressive, and it's going to help them come in the further part of this season.
Absolutely. Ella Baker, the freshman from Amherst, Ohio, she set the PR in this event earlier this year in Louisville, 8th place finish, 58:25. But 57:55, that's almost a second faster to go from 58:25 to 57:55. Taja Booker in second place, 58:32. A junior from Simpsonville, South Carolina. And how about this for Taja? We didn't mention it before she started, but this was actually her debut with Ohio in this event outdoors. So this is the first time she's participated in the 400 outdoors individually.
Talk about an opening weekend. That's pretty impressive.
The Western Carolina transfer who did post a 46:50 split during the Raleigh relays in the 4x4, but the 400 individually is a different beast. Madison Morris, 4th place finish. Cleveland State, 59:87. Again, these places all can fluctuate because we still have 2 more sections left in the women's 400. But right now, Madison Morris in 4th place. Cleveland State, Haley Cook, the senior, Wilmington in 5th place. This is the second section of the women's 400. There are 3 sections. And the fastest seat time in Section 2 is Kendra Grooms, the junior from Rio Grande, at 1 minute and 86, 1:00:86. Her closest bit of competition, Allie Mongold and Brooklyn Reynolds, Capital and West Liberty. To recap, earlier today, we got to watch a lot of fantastic races. We've seen the women's 5,000, the men's 3,000 steeple, the women's 3,000 steeple. It's been a lot of fun so far, just seeing all the different events unfold here. And this is the only home event for Ohio University Track and Field during the outdoor season.
Yeah, it sure has been fun. I will say that wind is a beast, and it is affecting a lot of things.
Yeah, we heard Tony Tonkovich talk about how the wind was gusting in his face during the men's 1,500. This is Section 2 underway in the women's 400. And again, we are going to have to pay attention to Allie Mongold and Kendra Grooms, Capital and Rio Grande, lanes 3 and 4. This appears to be one that could get very close as we come up on less than 200 meters into the final 100. And it's Cleveland State and West Liberty. Brooklyn Reynolds losing ground. And in lane 6, Kyrene Matlock of Cleveland State, the freshman, is going to take first in Section 2, right around 1:02 flat. Back a look over at the field events going on, the shot put and hammer throw finals transpiring right now. We'll keep you updated on those as the day goes on. But Kyrene Matlock puts herself in 8th overall so far in the women's 400. There are only 3 runners in Section 3 of the women's 400 meters. How difficult is it when you only have like 3? If you're only racing against 2 others, that's got to be really challenging to find that drive from the other runners pushing you.
Yeah, I always found that my worst times were on days that there were less runners. You just don't have that same like competitiveness. You don't have people pushing you, and that can be really, really difficult to work with.
You versus yourself. It's
Exactly.
that type of mindset you have to have.
You have to find it in a different part of yourself to be able to compete on the days like that.
Men's triple jump still transpiring across the way here at Ohio University. And the men's long jump is also still in progress. Dylan Dowell of Capital is in first place. It looks like we're actually only going to have 2 runners in this final section, so maybe there's room for the 2 of us to compete. There are open lanes for us to have the opportunity to throw some times down. What was your time in the 400? Do you remember?
My best was a 101.
Okay, so that actually would stack up pretty nicely. Maybe inside the top 15.
I mean,
in the top 15.
Respectfully, yeah.
That would, you said 101.
I did.
Yeah, that would stack up in the top 15.
Look
Talk
at
about that.
Get me on the track.
Yeah, put yourself down there and register unattached. I don't even have an official time because I didn't officially run in high school, but I'm curious what it would be. The time to beat is Ella Baker's 57:55. Nobody's going to come close to that. She is well on her way to a first place finish. So just 2 runners here in the final section. This is Glenville State's Esther Ulwade and Capital's Ernisha Guerrera. Again, going back to Ella Baker, I think she really started to pick things up right around 200, but I looked at her facial expression right maybe in the last 50 meters. It looked like she was running out of gas. She just found a way. She really did.
That's grit. That is pure grit, and she killed it.
Esther Olade, the senior from Glenville State, is in first place, trying to hold off Capital's Ernisha Guerrera. Guerrera is actually making some noise here in the final 25 meters. Esther Guerrera is right there. Man, that was very close, right around 109. We have an update from the throws going on across the way from where the buses are located over by the soccer field. And Jordan Baith just put down a season best 44.81 on the hammer throw. So well done for Jordan. She had the third best throw in the prelims. All right. Now we turn our attention to the men's 400. Section 1 is about to get underway. The first of 3 sections. All eyes on Cedarville. Again, Cedarville, they were the NCCAA runner-ups nationally. National Christian College Athletic Association runner-ups in the 2024 indoor season. So transitioning to the outdoor, going from indoor 400, outdoor 400, has to be some type of difference in mindset.
Oh, for sure. I can imagine. I never did it myself. I never had that transition myself because I was a basketball player, so my winters were taken up with that. But I can imagine it's a different level.
Well, Cedarville will send out a couple of really impressive sprinters. Jeremy Johnson, the sophomore from Warsaw, Indiana. Michael Braxton, the freshman from Cincinnati, Ohio. Those two have the fastest seed times coming in. So lock your eyes in on lanes 4 and 5 in the yellow tops. Lane 3 is Capital's Daniel McCormack, senior from Summers, New York. He's got a fascinating story. He was actually recruited to play college basketball. He's listed at 6'7" out of North Salem High School. He's got the 8th fastest time in school history in the 400 at 49:44. Here we go in section 1 of the men's 400. And it is lightning quick out of the gates. Don't sleep on lane 8, Troy Mason of UNAT Rio Grande on that outside lane. He has got a path towards first, an easy path coming out of nowhere in that far lane, and will finish in first. Lane 4, we talked about him just a moment ago. That is Jeremy Johnson, who comes in second place. Running that outside lane sometimes can be tricky, but it was not tricky at all for Troy Mason. He throws down a 47.79 unofficially. Troy Mason's unofficial time now official at 47.29. Jeremy Johnson, 48.71. Cedarville, Brandon Rogers, third fastest time in section 1, 49.15. And Brandon Thomas, Cedarville, 49.46. So there is that cluster of Cedarville Yellow Jackets, 2 through 4, and 6th and 7th place. We did not see Tony Tonkovich run the 400. I spoke to him before this meet, Sophie, and he said that he was undecided on whether he'd run the 400. He ran the 1500, so I can imagine that it's very difficult to go from a 1500 to a 400 on the same day and try to and give it your all.
I can't imagine the switch. I mean, his legs have to be so tired.
Yeah, he's got to be absolutely on fire right now after he put down a first place time in the men's 1500. We are still waiting on official results with the women's hammer throw. Still in the final round right now. Before we wrap up the men's 400, there are only 2 more sections to go before we take a quick break. AJ Barber, Micah Gluss, Josh Jones, Art Williams, Ben Place, Ethan Hunter, Colton Martin, and Braden Adams underway in section 2 of the men's 400. Again, the time to beat Troy Mason's 47.29. Going to be close. Looking like a 3-horse race here. And in lane 3 is Josh Jones, Cedarville. putting on the burners. But lane 7, Colton Martin right there with him. Less than 52 seconds unofficially. Art Williams, who came in with the fastest seed time in that second section, unable to finish top 3. But as the results populate, Josh Jones wins section 2. Cedarville 50-83. Ethan Hunter, second place, 51-20. There's Art Williams coming in third place. West Liberty 51-65. And now we'll have the final section of the men's 400. Again, happy to have you with us throughout the course of this marathon of a day. We're not running a marathon, but we are certainly experiencing a marathon of a track meet. We had the women's 5,000 to kick things off earlier today, and still working our way through all the way to the end with the women's 4x4 and the men's 4x4. But Natalie Keller won our first event of the day, the women's 5,000 at 18:09 flat, and that was a personal record. Sophie, you spoke to Natalie earlier on today, and she was ecstatic about her performance.
Yeah, she was. She said that PR it felt awesome and it was really fun. She said that she felt things get pretty heavy and hard during that last mile, but ended with a great time and was really pleased with her results.
All right, here we go for section 3 of the men's 400. Fastest seed time, Hayden Mink, senior, running unattached, 56:40. And Hayden Mink off to a fantastic start.
He took off.
Yeah, he absolutely is on a mission right now. Putting it down with those red shorts on to see from a visual perspective. We'll see if he's able to maintain that first 200 in about 27 seconds. A ridiculous start to this 400. Lane 3, Noah Smith, Ohio State Running Club, maybe has saved some gas in the tank as he battles off Hayden Mink to win the third section. Race Schwartz also in the running there. We'll get the official results here in just a moment. Yeah, Race Schwartz closed that gap nicely for a second place finish in section 3. Noah Smith wins section 3, and Hayden Mink falls off a little bit after a blistering start. So that does it for the 400 on the men's and women's side. So again, to close, it is Troy Mason who wins the 400 with a time of 47:29. So just to recap, Troy Mason 1, Jeremy Johnson 2, Brandon Rogers 3, and Brandon Thomas 4. 3 Cedarville runners go 2 through 4 in the men's 400. As we unpack the procedure and approach for the 400 once again, we'll recap it, Sophie. What is the approach when racing a 400 meter?
I mean, really, you have to get over that mental block of knowing that it is an endurance race in a sense, but it's also a sprint race. So you got to go hard, but you also got to know what points of the race you want to perform at. You need to know when you want to open up your strides, and you also need to know when to close your strides and sprint a little bit faster, and that's the biggest challenge.
Well, Troy Mason absolutely capitalized and challenge accepted because he threw down a 47:29. We're going to take a quick break. and come back with the women's 100. Buckle up and fasten your seatbelts because it'll be over if you blink once or even 2 times. Step aside and come back for the women's 100 right after this from Athens. Back here at Ohio University, Goldsberry Track, Ohio, hosting the Cherry Blossom Invitational here in Athens. We are set to go for the women's 100. Buckle up, fasten your seatbelts. Ohio's Tania Stevens, one of the favorites, will be tested against Alexandra Brizzi and Kirsten Franklin, both of Cedarville. Tania Stevens, a graduate student, 6th year from Erie, Pennsylvania. Her PR in this event, 12:21. And here we go for the women's 100. Tania Stevens off and running. Her PR came at MAC Championships in 2023, and Stevens absolutely throws down right around 12 seconds. Phew, that was real quick. Tania Stevens, 12:26, 0.05 seconds shy from her PR. Her mom was an amazing sprinter and jumper. Tania grew up watching the Olympics and looked up to Allison Felix in 2016 in the Olympics. So section 1 in the books. Tanaya Stevens posts the fastest time, 12:26. Rhea Gordon, Ohio, 12:81. We actually did not see Alexandra Brizzi or Kirsten Franklin. Those two were on schedule to race in section 1, but did not. So Stevens cruises with a time of 12:26. Section 2 in the women's 100 set to go. We have 5 sections in the women's 100, so it's going to be super fast through all 5 sections. Ab Stackpole, Maggie Stewart, Ohio, Melinda Brown, Cleveland State, Madison Cattle, West Liberty, Tilly Nasende, Cleveland State, Paris DeBoard, Rio Grande, Kyara Ross, West Liberty, and Julia Rapp, Cleveland State. Section 2, Kyara Ross, the freshman from Canton, Ohio, 12:38 PR outdoors. Ross in lane 7, and she is cruising ahead of the pack. Kyara Ross, first place in section 2. She had a terrific indoor season, 4th place finish in the 60-meter dash with a time of 7:87 at the indoor championships. And she records at 12:77. About 0.5 seconds slower than her PR outdoors, 12:38. Today runs 12:77 in the second section of the women's 100. Tilly Nasende, freshman from Cleveland State, 13:10. She has the fastest time on the team in that event and the 200 and 400. But Tanaya Stevens holding serve with first place currently through 2 sections at 12:26. Section 3 of the women's 100. A couple of sprinters scratched, just 1 through 4 and lane 5. So Hannah Bauer, Chloe Sutton, Leah Hoover, Parrish Gosha Foreman, Ohio in lane 4. And in lane 7 is Rachel Spanfelner. Paris Gosha Foreman, Ohio, off to the races. And first place for Paris in the 3rd section. All right, so 3 sections down. And before section 4 gets underway in the women's 100, we are now joined by one of our meet reporters, Kylie Osco. Kylie, you've been roaming around the entire track, all the field events. What's going on down there? What do you have for us?
To start with the triple jump, the athletes down there, they just weren't seeing the results that they hoped to see. There was a lot of frustration. I think that they planned on doing a little bit better, but I think this wind was holding them back. Moving into that whole wind thing, from triple jump to 400 meters, Ella Baker, she was our first place finisher, and she ran for Ohio. She said that last 100 meters felt like a stiff arm, and that she was just trying her best just to break that. But overall, she did amazing. She said that she doesn't really being first doesn't matter, that she just wants to have a good race, and what matters to her is just coming out and competing well. Also, just having her teammates supporting her, just running right by her. She really likes knowing that she has that support, and she also likes knowing that she can provide that support for her teammates. Honestly, she did amazing, and I mean, what can you do? 13 miles per hour wind. But moving in from the women's 400 meter to the men's, Troy Mason was our first place finisher, and his whole entire thing was he wanted to get out and come home. And honestly, that is exactly what he did. His biggest takeaway from this race was that he was just happy to finish injury free, and I feel like that's every athlete's dreams, just to come out and compete and to finish injury free.
A couple of Bobcats here in Section 4. Jordan Baxter and Jael Sykes, 1-2 in Section 4. We'll get those official results as they populate. Jael Sykes, 13-10. 13-10, very impressive. Jordan Baxter, 13-20, but yeah, really, really good to hear some of these updates. You had a couple more on Troy.
Yeah, honestly, like he was the first athlete that I talked to today that said that wind did not impact him, which honestly good for him because it is a killer. Like it is just something that everyone just keeps coming back to.
I love what you said about Ella and the fact that she loves running right beside her teammates. And she had the opportunity to do that earlier today in the 400, which was quite impressive to sit there and watch Ella, Taja, and Jada all in lanes next to each other, lanes 3, 4, and 5, and that has to be motivational as they continue this outdoor season.
Especially, just knowing that the people you're practicing with is the people you're racing against. Honestly, it's just a nice comfort thing, just knowing that you're competing against people that you're used to, and so you're able to go out and do better.
Impressive stuff, Kylie. Thank you so much, and we'll hear more from you shortly.
Thank you.
All right, so we are 4 sections down in the women's 100. Section 5 of 5 coming up in just a moment. 3 sprinters, CC Samuels, the junior from Capital, Jaden Cover, sophomore, Glenville State, and Elena Fields, Ohio State Running Club. This is Section 5 of the women's 100. Neck and neck with CC Samuels and Jaden Cover. CC Samuels just barely squeaks that one out in front of Jaden Cover. So 5 sections in the books, and that's it for the women's 100. So Tanaya Stevens, first place finish in the women's 100 meters, 12:26. 0.05 seconds, just 0.05 seconds slower than her top time in her illustrious career at Ohio that has spanned across 6 years. We will now get back to a 100 in just a moment with the men gearing up for their turn. 4 sections in the men's 100. Spearheaded by Tanner Mullenkamp, the sophomore from Coldwater, Ohio, who set the school record in the 100 on March 30th this year, 10:62. We'll look to put that even further down the line. 10:62, his fastest time ever at Cedarville. Here's a look at the men's 100 section 1. Josh Jones, Cedarville lane 1. Danuvan Woodson, sophomore, Rio Grande. And this is the 3-horse race to watch. Lorenzo Ferrara, West Liberty, lane 3. Tanner Mullenkamp, Cedarville, lane 4. Dylan Dowell, Capital, lane 5. And it's Mullenkamp who's putting on the Jets. Tanner Mullenkamp, the school record holder for Cedarville in the 100, finishes first in Section 1. The sophomore from Coldwater, Ohio. Tanner Mullenkamp puts down a 10.97, about 0.3 seconds shy of his school record time he set on March 30th, 10.62. Dylan Dowell slides up into second place by 0.05 seconds, 11:12, the official time for Dylan Dowell, Capital, and Lorenzo Ferrara, West Liberty, 11:17, third place in Section 1. Tanner Mullenkamp and Lorenzo Ferrara went neck and neck, literally stride for stride. If you were watching earlier in the men's 4x100 relay, it was an absolute sprint to the finish in the men's 4x100 relay between Tanner Mullenkamp and Lorenzo Ferrara. Cedarville won that by 0.01 seconds, 42 flat. West Liberty 42-01. A ridiculous, tight-knit matchup between those two anchors. Section 2 of the men's 100. Dota C, sophomore from Cedarville, lane 1. Ben Char, sophomore, Capital, lane 2. Dane Klosterman, Wilmington, a senior, in lane 3. And lanes 4 and 5, Timothy Tanner and Chiak Square. Lane 6, unofficially first place, Nathan Baker, the freshman from West Liberty. And that time now officially checks in at 11:22. 11:22 for Nathan Baker, a fourth place finish. So impressive work from Nathan Baker, who is a part of West Liberty's 4x100 relay team that came in second place in the 4x1 earlier today, 42:01. Nathan Baker was the first leg, actually, in the 4x100 for West Liberty that finished literally 0.01 seconds behind Cedarville's 4x100 relay team for first place today. Section 3 of 4 here in the men's 100. Justin Matthew, lane 1, Capital. Omar Beckley, lane 2, Wilmington. Lane 3, Nathaniel Davis, unattached. Braxton Noble, lane 4, freshman, Shawnee State. Stephen Stewart, lane 5, freshman, Capital. Donovan Mosley, lane 6, Wilmington. Lane 7, Dante Hamrick, sophomore, unattached. And Miles Smith, lane 8, Ohio State Running Club. Lanes 4 and 7 stepping out of this competition in Section 3, so we will not see Braxton Noble or Dante Hamrick, and a false start on the third section of the men's 100. So everybody getting situated again. False start, so lane 6 also disqualified now. Donovan Mosley bounced out of this third section. So the fastest seat time also out. Braxton Noble, pay attention to Steven Stewart, freshman, Capital, lane 5, now racing with the fastest seat time. Nobody to the left or right of him. How about lane 2, Omar Beckley of Wilmington, putting on a show in section 3. Omar Beckley's official time, 11:9.0. Comes in just behind Steven Stewart. Steven Stewart able to hang on and win that third section. 11.89 compared to 11.90. 0.01 difference in the third section. Tanner Mullenkamp still holding strong in first place in the men's 100 with a time of 10.97. The school record holder for Cedarville. Again, a program that won the NCCAA Indoor National Championship on the women's side for the 6th straight season. And on the men's side this season in indoors, Cedarville won the NCCAA title as runner-up, so didn't take home the top spot, but runner-ups in the NCCAA Indoor Championship. Tanner Mullenkamp was a big reason why. One final section here in the men's 100. Andy Clemens, Ohio State. This is all Ohio State Running Club participants. So familiar territory for all 4 runners. Andy Clemens, Tristan Laughlin, Abel Karthik, and Bennett Bakari. In lane 3, a look at Andy Clemens. Bennett Bakari overtakes Clemens and wins section 4 of the men's 100. Our next race on the track will be the women's 800. But we will take a quick break and come back and get you set up for what will be a fascinating women's 800 race. 4 sections, but section 1 will feature the fastest runners coming into this weekend. So stay tuned for that. The women's 800 comes your way right after this as the Cherry Blossom Invitational continues next here from Athens.
Results in the men's 100 meter. In 8th place, Ethan Smith from the Ohio State Running Club. Jonathan Woodson from Ohio in 7th. Tom Glenn from Capital in 6th. 5th place, Sheik Swar from Capital. 4th place, Nathan Baker from West Liberty. 3rd place, also from West Liberty, Lorenzo Carrara. 2nd place, Dylan Dahl from Capital. And first place in the men's 100 meter with a time of 10.87 from Cedarville, Tanner Mullenkamp. will be the women's 800 meter. We have 4 sections.
Welcome back to Goldsberry Track here in Athens, Ohio. The Cherry Blossom Invitational continues with Section 1 of the women's 800. This race features a plethora of runners unattached, but on collegiate rosters, specifically Ohio State. There are 3 runners in this first section of the women's 800 running unattached, but on the Ohio State roster, and they include Amelia Figler, Lindsay Stull, and Lily Eccles. And those 3 have 3 of the 4 fastest seed times, the projected times coming into this race. Also, watch out for Steph Pierce, who's running unattached, just recently graduated from Ohio last year. The Fairborn, Ohio native held the fastest time for the Bobcats last season in this event, 2:10.77, and set that at the MAC Championships outdoors last year in Akron. She also owns the 5th fastest time ever at Ohio University in the 800, 2:09.69, set back in 2022. We are off and running for the women's 800 Section 1. This is the fastest section of the 4 that will go here in the women's 800 at the Cherry Blossom Invitational. Adriana Enns of Cedarville, also somebody to watch out for. She has a top 5 seed time in this women's 800. 2:11.33, her PR last season, the sophomore from Hart, Michigan. Ohio also sending out a couple of other runners in this race. Eleanor Shuttleworth, Sarah Doman, and Sophie Bissett. But a great look at the separation that's being built right now. Amelia Figler, who's running unattached, currently on the Ohio State roster. Her PR is 2:13.89, and she just crossed the 400 mark in just over 1 minute. And after Figler built a pretty sizable lead in the first 400, it is stacked up right now. Steph Pierce in first place, running unattached. The graduate of Ohio University, we talked about it. She has the 5th fastest 800 time in school history at 2:09.69 and put down an impressive 2:10.77 at MAC Championship last year. Is losing ground a little bit to her teammate, her former teammate. Less than 200 meters to go, less than 100 meters to go. Sarah Doman in first place for the Bobcats. Doman, the South Lebanon, Ohio native, finishes in first place in Section 1, right around 2:12. She owns the fastest time on the team in this event this season and set her PR at the Raleigh Relays this year at 2:13.88. Steph Pierce, right before the final 200, was in first place, but Sarah Doman closes the gap and finishes in first. Still waiting on the official results from Section 1 of the women's 800. But a tight race. That started out with Amelia Figler in first place after the first 400. Steph Pierce was in first after the first 600 or so meters. And it's Sarah Doman, who is currently on the Ohio roster, only a sophomore. Finishes in first place in Section 1. Section 2 underway, and the women's 800. We'll unpack that as this section, as these Section 1 results come in. We've got nothing official yet in the women's 800, so, and that's according to one of our meet reporters, Kylie Osco, who is down there on the track. Normally the results populate right afterwards, but they must be checking a couple of things with regards to timing. So we do not have any official times on the women's 800. Those are the seed times that are up right now if you're tracking on the milesplit.live website. So here's a look at the women's 800 Section 2. And this is Sydney Diedrich of Cedarville, the sophomore, in first place after the first 400. Right around 1:09 and counting through the first 400 meters. Lacey Dimmitt, West Liberty, Martha Bergley, Cedarville, Madeline Madison, Cleveland State, Natalie Barr, Glenville State, Sydney Diedrich, who was in first place after the first 400, Cedarville, Rachel Tarwater, Cedarville, Abby Wells, Ohio, and Aubrey Harrington, Cedarville. That's the group here in Section 2 of the women's 800. Into the final straightaway of this 100. And how about Abby Wells, the freshman for the Bobcats, in first place. Natalie Barr is closing in on Abby Wells, Glenville State. And Natalie Barr finishes in first in the women's 800 Section 2. Excellent closing speed there from Barr, the freshman from Glenville State, who we talked a little bit about earlier when she ran the 1500. She holds the fastest time this season in the 800, 2:17.63. We'll see what she put down today when the official results populate. A second team all-conference selection during the cross-country season in 2023. So the first two sections in the women's 800 are in the books. But again, we are still waiting the official results from the 800 meters as Section 3 of the women's 800 is underway.
In Section 3, from Glenville State, Hannah Hill. Savannah Cunningham, Glenville State, Sophia Pommian, Cleveland State. Mia Heim, Ohio State Running Club. Gabriella James, Ohio State Running Club. Emma Lally, Ohio
In
State
Section
Running Club.
3, Savannah Shaver, Gabrielle Giannis, Sophie Pommian, Hannah Hill, Savin Cunningham, Mia Heim, Emma Lally, and Abigail Skirtall. And a good look at our leader coming through the first 400. Hannah Hill of Glenville State. It's either Hannah Hill of Glenville State or Savin Cunningham. Couldn't quite see the number on the race top. But it is Glenville State in first place after the first 400 meters. Final 200 meters, right around 149 for our leader in Section 3 from Glenville State. And it looks like it's going to be a wire-to-wire finish for Glenville State, and that is indeed Hannah Hill, who is holding on for dear life. You can see maybe some cramping that is starting to come into play as she barely is able to finish in first place in Section 3, just ahead of Cleveland State's Sophia Pomnian. Again, the official times for the women's 800 still not yet official online yet. We are waiting for those to populate. One more section left in the women's 800 before we turn our attention to the men's 800. Final section of the women's 800, Isabel McIvy, Rio Grande. Olivia Ellis, Capital. Mary Miller, Cedarville. Grace Forrest, Rio Grande. Tara Will, Cleveland State. Mia Beamsterboyer, freshman, Cleveland State. Paige Castello, Capital. And Ohio, Gracie Smith, who won the 100 hurdles earlier today. She is listed in the final section of this 800 meters. And it is Gracie Smith for the Bobcats in first place. She won the 100 hurdles and is looking really good through what's about to be the first 400 meters. Gracie Smith through the first 400 in about 1:14. Impressive from Gracie Smith, the freshman from Grove City, Ohio, who owns the fastest time on the team in the 100 hurdles. And look at her stretching out to the 800 distance. I spoke to her earlier this season, actually the first indoor meet in Bowling Green. And Gracie said that she initially heard about track from her mom, but never seriously thought about it at a young age. And then it became her passion in high school, starting to lose the lead right now as we approach the final 200 meters. Perhaps went out a bit too fast. Losing ground as we approach the final 200 meters. And this is Tara Will of Cleveland State, the freshman who has taken the lead with less than 100 meters to go. And she has a clear path to a first place finish in Section 4 of the women's 800. Gracie Smith trying to hang in there for third. It looks like she will. And Gracie Smith for Ohio, third place. Tara Will, 2:39.03, the top time in Section 4 of the women's 800. And Gracie Smith, 2:43.56. Third place finish in Section 4. We've got 4 sections of the men's 800, and that is coming your way right after this.
Results of the women's 800 meter. 8th place for Glendale State, Natalie Barr. 7th place, Eleanor Shuttleworth, Ohio. 6th place, Willow Eccles, unattached. 5th place, Sophie Bassett, Ohio. 4th place, Stephanie Pierce, unattached. 3rd place, Lindsay Stoll, unattached. 2nd place, Amelia Fickler, unattached. And 1st place in the women's 800 meter, time of 2:12.77 from Ohio University, Sarah Doman.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back to the Cherry Blossom Invitational, getting set for the men's 800 section 1 of 4. And we are joined by Kylie Osko, one of our meet reporters, also a former 800 runner yourself.
Yes, I hold the 800 near and dear to my heart. It's something that I have such a strong love-hate relationship with.
What is the key to a successful 800 meters?
Honestly, pacing yourself. Something that my coach would always tell me is whenever you think you should breathe, don't, and just keep going. Something that I saw a couple of the athletes do is just looking down at their watch just to pace themselves. It is so pivotal that you pace yourself in a race like this, just because you can lose yourself so quickly, and then there goes your place.
Well, here we go through what is about to be the first 200 meters. Ohio's Tony Tonkovich, running unattached, has stepped in first place. He won the 1500 earlier today. That's his sweet spot, but here's Tony with the 800 meters. His PR in this event at the Raleigh Relays this year, 150.68. Faster this year than last year by 5 seconds. And Tony slides behind a couple of runners in the first 400 meters. Eden Antrim of Cedarville, a freshman, is in first place as they come across 400 meters in about 55, 56 seconds. Tony tucked in there behind a good bit now. And it is Antrim, the freshman for Cedarville, trying to hang on in the final 400 meters. How difficult is it when you're the one that sets the tone and is in first after the first 400? We're seeing the gap get tighter and tighter.
Yep, it's honestly heartbreaking when you start to lose it, but honestly, if he can just hold on and just honestly prevail and just find it somewhere deep down to get going, I think he can do it.
Cooper Citro and Ivan Slipkin, two runners going unattached on the Ohio State roster. And this is coming down to the wire. Here we've got a look at Ivan Slipkin hanging on in first place from Ohio State, running unattached. A first place finish in section 1. It is Ivan Slipkin of Ohio State, 154.77. Caden Mendenhall unattached, second place, 154.85. Those two neck and neck. And Tavion Richardson, West Liberty, 155.42. Ivan Slipkin, the senior from Bay Village, Ohio, who has put together a pretty impressive resume at Ohio State. His PR in this event back in 2021, actually, at the Big Ten Outdoor Championships, 150.55. Kylie, that was an impressive race overall.
I agree. Honestly, he really came out and came from nowhere. Honestly, I didn't see him in the beginning, and then
he was
just
tucked
shot
in behind
out.
and was really figuring out that draft, if you will, where you don't necessarily want to get out there and be in front and have that pressure on you.
But honestly, just getting around the runners was just super impressive, and he did a nice job at finishing. And that neck-and-neck finish, it must have felt good knowing that he came out on top.
Section 2 of the men's 800 meters underway. Jasper Brown, Teddy Jensen, Dylan French, Aiden Kamler, Kyler Leitner, Jake Etheridge, Ohio, Brandon Rogers, Cedarville, and Mikey Arnone, Capital. Rio Grande's Kyle Leitner is in first place after the first 400 at around 57 seconds, checking in as they make the turn for the final 400 meters. And Leitner is losing some of that gas he had. This is the second straight section in the 800. Kylie, we've seen whoever is leading after the first 400 fall back and not able to hold on.
I feel like once you start out and you go really fast, and then I feel like that's the point where people start to breathe, and then that's where they fall back. And then just not being able to pace yourself after that, it's just really the downfall. But if you have a steady start and you can keep it steady around there, I feel like you can come out on top.
Section 2 taken over. Dylan French, Shawnee State, is in first and will stay in first, cracking just under 2 minutes in Section 2 of the men's 800 meters. Dylan French of Shawnee State checks in with a time of 1:59.80, so barely sneaks inside that 2-minute mark of the 800 meters. Teddy Jensen of Rio Grande, 2:01.31, and Jasper Brown, West Liberty, 2:02.58. Women's pole vault is also taking place here on the track right now. We'll have updates on that as that continues to get deeper and deeper into the action. Section 3 underway in the men's 800 meters. Hayden Mink, Brody Cermak, Mugvis Posman, the sophomore from Rio Grande in lane 3, separating. It is a statement start, though, for Donovan Slattery. The junior from Capital has absolutely put down the hammer here through the first 200 meters. This perhaps could be the first section in the men's 800 we see the leader go wire to wire. This is a sizable advantage. We'll see, though. Donovan Slattery comes in with a seed time of 2:02.91.
That is honestly insane.
Yeah, and he just put down 57 seconds in the first 400 meters. And pardon me, that's actually Joseph Countryman, teammates with Donovan Slattery at Capital. Countryman, the freshman from Capital. Doesn't look like he's taking his foot off the gas at all right now. Final 200 meters for Joseph Countryman of Capital.
You're right, Sam. He is not taking his foot off that gas, and he's going to keep going, and he's going to stay in the lead.
Has his pace down to a T, and really doesn't look tired at all. His facial expression, he looks really poised, locked in, good posture as he finishes up the final couple of meters in nearly less than 2 minutes. He may have broken 2 minutes. Yeah, he barely broke 2 minutes. 1:59.59 for Joseph Countryman. West Liberty's Brody Cermak, 2:05.47. So wins by about 6 seconds in section 3.
I would say.
Yeah, impressive. So the last section coming up in the men's 800 meters. Before we take a quick break and get set for the women's 400-meter hurdles. Only 4 runners in this final section.
In section 4,
Lane 2, 3, 5, and 6 occupied to start this section 4. So it's the two freshmen from Wilmington, Wade Evans and Bryson Robinette. And then Braden Adams and Samuel Alexander, Rio Grande and Wilmington. What are some of the things that you trained for this type of race? Like when you were going to get prepared for the 800, for an 800 race, what are some of the toughest training parts of getting to this point?
One thing I'll never forget is my high school track coach would make us do mile workouts, and then right at the end of it, he would make us do 6 200-meter sprints after running 4 miles, which to anybody does not sound appealing, but honestly, it does help you prepare for that last 200 because that's where people start to lose it, and I feel like that's where we saw most of these athletes start to fall. But honestly, like, it's just about staying mentally strong. If you can stay mentally strong and just tell yourself that you can do this, you really can. It's just all in your head.
That's a good point, though, about that training that you mentioned, trying to specifically lock in on how do I improve in the final 200 meters. Like, not just the entire 800 meters, but where is it that I can significantly drop that last 200-meter time?
Right, like anybody can get out fast, but the thing is that after running 600 meters that you're able to lock in even harder than you were before and just be able to finish.
Less than 200 meters to go. So this is the part that we just talked about with trying to hold on. Wilmington is stacked in this fourth and final section. Wade Evans, Bryson Robinette, Cameron Chatfield, and Samuel Alexander. And this is a clear path to the finish line. Cameron Chatfield rocking the white headband and is rocking a first place finish in the fourth section of the men's 800 meters. And check that, actually, Wade Evans, first place, 2:13.68. Cameron Chatfield, second place, 2:17.18. So had the wrong bib number on there. We've got that corrected now. So Wilmington 1, 2, and 3 in section 4 of the men's 800. But that's a wrap on the men's 800. Ivan Sleipkin, who ran unattached from the Ohio State University, wins the men's 800 meters. We'll take a quick break and come back. We still have the throws going on across the way over on the other side of the field near the soccer field here at Ohio University, and our pole vault is underway as well, so stay tuned for that. And then on the track we will have the women's and men's 400-meter hurdles on the other side of this break. So we will step aside here in Athens. All right, welcome back to Athens, Ohio, Cherry Blossom Invitational, and we're getting set for the women's 400-meter hurdles. Before we dive into that, though, our meet reporters have been roaming all over the track this afternoon. Sophie, you had the chance to chat with the winner of the 800 meters on the men's side, Ivan. What did Ivan have to say when you spoke to him?
Yeah, when I chatted with him about his training schedule specifically for this event, he said that it's a lot of fast speed work, and he'll occasionally throw in some longer intervals, but he really tries to hit all of those faster intervals.
What were some of the emotions you were seeing from him after that race? Because you talked to him pretty quickly after he busted through 800 meters in 1 minute, 1:54.77. What were his emotions right after?
For completing a race not even 20 seconds prior to our conversation, he was extremely chill. And he said he felt great, a little windy, and it was only his second 800 of the season. But obviously he did his best, and it worked out well in his favor.
Awesome stuff, Sophie. We appreciate it. And we'll check in with Sophie once again later on as we continue to cover the entire Cherry Blossom Invitational. Sophie, thank you. So now we have the women's 800 meters, or the women's 400-meter hurdles, excuse me. Just one section in the women's 400-meter hurdles. Elizabeth Mack, Jr. from Capital, is going to start in lane 1. Kaya Yanagisawa, Ohio State Running Club, lane 2. Maria DeCuna, Capital, lane 3. Caroline Schackenbach, Centerville, lane 4. Myasia Matthews, lane 5. Hope Gestel, West Liberty, in lane 6. And Allison Colgate, Ohio State Running Club, in lane 7. So that is coming up in just a moment. Again, this is the first and only section in the women's 400-meter hurdles. To recap, if you're just joining us, the women's 100-meter hurdles, that was won by Ohio's freshman Gracie Smith, who posted a time of 15:94. And now we turn our attention to the pole vault, and this is the talented Emily Bauman, who is only a freshman, and she is the school record holder in the pole vault, set that mark at Bowling Green indoors, and just unable to clear the bar completely is Emily Bauman. Emily's got a great personality. I actually spoke to her after she set the school record in the pole vault indoors, and she told me that she credits her skill set as a gymnast. She did some gymnastics in high school and really feels like that helped her transition to fully being involved in just pole vault at the collegiate level. So the fact that she's only a freshman is quite impressive, and she is the school record holder. There's a lot more to unpack in her career. Here's another Ohio pole vaulter who is also only a freshman. The future is bright in that particular field event for the Ohio Bobcats. And that is Abigail Cornell, whose seed time or mark in the pole vault is 3.50 meters. Emily Bauman, 3.65. Again, that is the school record set back in the first indoor meet of the season at Bowling Green. Now it appears as if we are set to go for the women's 400-meter hurdles. Just one section again, and they're off. Fastest seed time in this event is Cedarville's Caroline Schackenbach. We've highlighted her a little bit throughout the course of the day. Schackenbach, one of the top runners for Cedarville. Her brother Matt is also a sprinter for Cedarville. Caroline, PR in the 100 hurdles is 15.70. And in the 400 hurdles, her PR is 106.28. So can she break that mark? Less than 200 meters to go. And the 400-meter hurdles, section 1 of 1. Could be a photo finish here down the stretch. Myasia Matthews is in first place, trying to hang on for dear life against Maria DeCuna. And Maria DeCuna of Capital crosses the finish line first, just shy of 109 flat. Impressive closing speed there from Maria, who was able to just get past Myasia Matthews, the sophomore. We're going to take a quick break while we adjust the hurdle height for the men's 400 meters. And that will come your way right after this here from Athens.
Results in the women's 400-meter hurdle. Sixth place, Kaya Yanagasawa, Ohio State Running Club. Fifth place from Capital, Elizabeth Mack. Fourth place, West Liberty's Hope Justo. Third place from the Ohio State Running Club, Allison Colgate. Second place, Myasia Matthews from Cuyahoga Community College. And first place with a time of 1 minute, 6.58 seconds from Capital University, Maria DeCuna.
We are set to go for the men's 400-meter hurdle, section 1 of 2, about to get underway. Sam Hyman back with you at the Cherry Blossom Invitational on the beautiful Goldsberry track. This is section 1. The fastest seat time is Cedarville freshman Max Schackenbach, and we mentioned earlier the Schackenbach name certainly looms large here at Ohio University today. Caroline and Matt are related, both racing for Cedarville, and it is Matt Schackenbach, freshman from Iowa City, Iowa, who posted a PR 1480 in the 110 hurdles. This is the 400 hurdles, and Schackenbach is approaching first place in lane 4. He has cleared ahead of the pack right now. Matt Schackenbach just ahead of Aaron Kupfner of Glenville State, the junior. Schackenbach's seed time coming in 56:13. Schackenbach losing ground though. It's Rio Grande's Chase McClay. Chase McClay with no more hurdles to clear. Glenville State's Aaron Kupfner will cross first. It was close. It looked like McClay had an opportunity, but he clipped one of the hurdles, and that slowed him down. And Aaron Kupfner, Glenville State, 56:47, beats Chase McClay, who comes in second with a time of 56:89 in section 1 of the men's 400-meter hurdles. By a half a second, it was close. And what has been a blustery day here in Athens, winds upwards of 15 to 20 miles an hour. The men's hammer throw finals still transpiring right now on your screen. We'll keep you updated as things continue to populate on the website, milesplit.live. Section 2 on the horizon for the men's 400-meter hurdles. Joshua Benor, Cedarville, Micah Gluss, Ohio State Running Club, Maddox Fox, freshman Shawnee State, Jordan Williams, sophomore Rio Grande, Glenville State, freshman Fernandez Solar, Glenville State sophomore Devin English, Ohio State Running Club Sean McGahan, and Rio Grande's Garrett Fischter. About ready to go for this quick but tactical 400-meter hurdle. Fastest seat time in this section is Jordan Williams, Rio Grande, lane 4, and the 400-meter hurdles, which is underway, section 2.
Lane 3, Maddox Fox, Shawnee. Lane 4, Jordan Williams, Rio Grande.
An impressive start for Fernandez Soler, the freshman from Glenville State, starting to take charge. Two Glenville State hurdlers, 1-2 respectively. As they approach the final 100 meters. And how about the freshman from Glenville State, Mark Fernandez-Soler? In lane 5, just comes in under 1 minute. Mark Fernandez-Soler, Glenville State, 58:32. His teammate, Devin English, 1:00:11. And Maddox Fox, Shawnee State, in third in the second section of the men's 400-meter hurdles. And they're going to clear the track and get ready for a highly anticipated 7 sections scheduled for the women's 200 meters, starting with the fastest section headlined by 2 Ohio Bobcats, Ella Baker and Taja Booker. So you're going to want to come back and watch the debut of Ella Baker in the 200 meters. And that is on the horizon when we come back. So don't go anywhere. The women's 200 meters is right after this. You're watching the Cherry Blossom Invitational from Athens, Ohio.
In 8th place, Devin English from Glenville State. 7th place, Bailey Klosterman, Wilmington. 6th place, Michael Braxton, Cedarville. 5th place, Mark Fernandez-Soler, Glenville State. 4th place, Calvin Spicer, Cedarville. Lane 23rd from Cedarville, Matthew Scheckenbach. In 2nd place from Rio Grande, Chase McClay. And in 1st place with a time of 56.47 in the men's 400-meter hurdles from Glenville State. Lane 4, Ella Baker, Ohio. Lane 5, Kirsten Franklin, Cedarville. Lane 6, Alexandra Brizzy, Cedarville. Lane 7, Mallory Gasper, Cedarville. And Lane 8, Jada Irwin, Ohio.
All right, we welcome you back to the Cherry Blossom Invitational. We just caught a glimpse at the end of what we were hoping to fully document in the first section of the women's 200 meters. And Alexandra Brizzy takes home first place in the first section with a time of 24:66. Taja Booker, second place, 24:91. The junior from Simpsonville, South Carolina, Ohio. Mallory Gasper, Cedarville, 25:20. Ella Baker, her debut in the 200 meters, 25:23. She told us before the race when we asked her about what your mindset's going to be with the 200 meters. She said, it's up to God and let everything else fall into place. And pretty impressive debut, 25:23 for Ella Baker in the 200 meters. Section 2 of 7 in what is a rapidly moving event, the 200 meters in Section 2. This is a fast one coming around the bend. Tania Stevens, who grew up watching Allison Felix in the 2016 Olympics, first place on her mind in Section 2, and she strolls into first in the second section. The sixth-year senior from Erie, Pennsylvania. An impressive 200 from Tania Stevens. She climbs all the way up to third place in the 200 after 2 sections down. 25:15 for Tania Stevens in the 200 meters. So the results currently for the women's 200 meters, Alexandra Brizzy, first place, Taja Booker, second, Tania Stevens, third, Mallory Gasper, fourth, Ella Baker in fifth. Section 3 in the women's 200 meters underway. Maggie Stewart has the fastest seed time, Ohio in lane 4. And here comes Stewart around the bend, putting it down for the Bobcats. Also, Jael Sykes, Ohio in lane 8. And it's Jordan Baxter, first place in Section 3, 26:64. Her teammate, Jael Sykes, 26:67. Melinda Brown, third place to close out Section 3. Brown is the freshman from Cleveland State. So through 3 sections, it's still Alexandra Brizzi, Cedarville, Taja Booker, Ohio, and Tanaya Stevens, 1, 2, and 3. Section 4 of the women's 200 meters. West Liberty's Ab Stackpole with the fastest seed time, 26:67. The senior from West Liberty is in lane 4. This should be a really close race between West Liberty's Ab Stackpole and Cleveland State's Leah Hoover. Lanes 4 and 5 lock in. Also, Parrish Gosha Foreman, Ohio in lane 7. Section 4 underway. Gosha Foreman in first place. Ohio turning on the Jets. Parrish Gosha Foreman, the sophomore, has her eyes set on the prize, and she will cross in first. Ohio really putting together a lot of depth at the 200 meters. The Bobcats have a total of 4 sprinters in the top 7 right now through 4 sections. Paris Gosha Foreman wins section 4 with a time of 26:40. It's still Alexandra Brizzi at the top, Cedarville's senior. And this is a Cedarville program that has dominated the NCCAA level, not NCAA, but the National Christian College Athletic Association. The women's indoor team has won 6 straight NCCAA championships indoors, and Alexandra Brizzi has been a part of a bunch of them. She is a senior and looking to take that momentum to the outdoor season this year for Cedarville. Cedarville has been anchored by Kirsten Franklin and Alexandra Brizzi for quite some time. Those two decorated athletes in the sprint department for the Yellow Jackets. They're both part of the team's 4x100 relay. And Franklin has the school record in the 100 with a time of 11:78. Section 5 in the women's 200. Watch out for Hannah Bauer, Capital, and Britton Music of Cedarville. Hannah Hill, Glenville State, but on the outside lane, it's Sydney Diedrich closing in, going up against Jacarla Black of Cuyahoga. It's unfortunate we don't have a visual of Cuyahoga's tent, which has come down, but they are the Triceratops because of triple C's, Cuyahoga Community College. We learned that from the public address announcer today, Jim Strode. Five sections down out of 7 in the women's 200 meters, and it's Alexandra Brizzi of Cedarville still in first place. Fastest time in section 5. We mentioned it just a moment ago, but now officially Jacarla Black of Cuyahoga Community College, 27:37. And it was a close race between Black and Diedrich of Centerville. 27:37, 27:48. We do have an update from some of our field events online, and we'll get to that in just a moment. Men's shot put has gone final. 6 of 7 sections. And the women's 200 meters, Cedarville's Reagan Mulder has the fastest seed time, 28:16. Doesn't look like she has a chance here, though. Capital's Bryn Badgett in lane 1, 28:78, and she absolutely smashes that time. Inside 28 seconds. The freshman from Capital, Bryn Badgett. So out to the men's shot put in the distance there on your screen. Justin Moore, the freshman from Shawnee State, puts down 16.12 meters to win the men's shot put by about a full meter over Joshua Fancher of West Liberty. The women's shot put is still in progress, and the star to watch out for in the women's shot put is Grace Fry from Cleveland State, who has had a terrific indoor and outdoor career in the shot put. She actually placed 5th in the 2024 Horizon League Indoor Championships in the shot put, throwing 13.31 meters, and then in the weight throw, she threw 16.77 meters, good for 4th place. So far, her longest shot put today, 13.40 meters. Yeah, so now we're hearing that the women's shot put might actually be finalized. It's not officially final, though, online, but we are being told that it has completed. We're still waiting for the final results. But at the top, Grace Fry, through 6 attempts, does have the longest throw in the shot put at 13.40 meters, which is longer than her indoor shot put from the 2024 Horizon League Indoor Championships. This is the 7th and final section in the women's 200 meters, and it's Wilmington's Janine Smith, who's putting together a sparkling performance in the 7th section, finishing strong right around 29 seconds.
Our next event is the men's 200 meters. We have 5 sections.
5 sections now in the men's 200. And we'll try not to completely miss the first section. It started off in a blink of an eye. If you're just joining us, Section 1 in the women's 200 went to Alexandra Brizzi by 0.30 seconds. Brizzi won with a time of 24:66. Taja Booker, 24:91. Taja talked a lot about her growth coming from Western Carolina to Ohio, having to make that transition. She's from Simpsonville, South Carolina, and Stephen Champlin, the sprints and jumps coach, helped bring Taja to Ohio University, and Taja has flourished both in the indoor and outdoor season and continues to get better and better, and is also a big part of Ohio's 4x1 and 4x4 relay team. We're going to get a chance to see Taja later on in the 4x4 relay to wrap up the track races part of the Cherry Blossom Invitational. So here we go, getting ready for the men's 200 section 1. All eyes on UNAT Rio Grande Troy Mason. But he will be tested going up against Brandon Thomas, Cedarville, Josh Jones, Cedarville, 2 seniors that are part of the 4x1 and 4x4 relay team for the Yellow Jackets. Section 1 about to get underway. Art Williams, also West Liberty. Got to pay attention to him as well. We're looking at something in the low 20s as the runners get on the blocks. Heat 1, Section 1 of the men's 200. And they're off. Troy Mason, 21:55 seat time, coming in the green top, red shorts, absolutely making a statement. Unstoppable Troy Mason with nothing but oxygen in front, as he throws down 21 in the 200 and leaves everybody in the dust. Troy Mason, 21:54. He wins by a full second over Lorenzo Ferraro, West Liberty. Troy Mason won the 400 earlier today. He wins the 200 right now. He posted 47:29 in the 400 earlier today and won by a full second. He wins by a full second in the 200 in Section 1, barring anything completely shocking through the next 4 sections. We don't anticipate anybody to come close to Troy Mason's 200, which is absolutely impressive. 21:54, the time to beat. Section 2 of the men's 200 meters. 4 runners from Capital lined up. Cheek, Squire, freshman, Ben Char, Capital, Dylan Dowell, Capital, and Daniel Heiser, Capital. Section 2 of the men's 200 meters about to get underway. Again, Troy Mason taking first place in Section 1 with a time of 21:54. Lorenzo Ferrara, West Liberty, 22:43. Josh Jones, Cedarville, 22:51. Here is Section 2 in the men's 200 meters. Coming up quick around the bend for the last 100. And it is Rio Grande's Donovan Woodson with a clear path to victory, but hold the phone. Dylan Dowell closing in. Going to be close, 1-2 respectively, Dowell and Woodson, to cap off Section 2. Five total sections in the men's 200 meters. And Donovan Woodson hangs on to win that second section with a time of 22:53. Actually, according to our results, very close, 22:523, 22:525. So Woodson wins by 0.002 seconds. That is by an eyelash. Two sections down, 3 to go in the men's 200. Cedarville is jam-packed in Section 3 with David Entz, Ethan Hunter, Doda Sia, and Colton Martin. Time to beat is Troy Mason, 21:54 in the men's 200 meters. Alexandra Brizzi of Cedarville won the women's 200 just a moment ago. And it looks like Troy Mason is in position to win the 200. Section 3 underway. Timothy Tanner in lane 5 running unattached. He's got the fastest seed time right next to Cedarville's Dodicea. Shawnee State's Danye Ferguson with the white t-shirt underneath the top. A good finish from Ferguson. First place, 23:55 for Shawnee State. Two more sections to go in the men's 200 before our women's and men's 3,000 meters. Looking at section 4, Justin Matthew and Steven Stewart hold the top two seed times, 23:89, 23:95. Two runners from Capital. They'll be joined by Donovan Mosley, Wilmington, lane 1, Kelly Wilson, Capital, lane 2, Eugene Johnson, Shawnee State, lane 3, A.J. Barber, lane 6, Ohio State Running Club, Nathaniel Davis, unattached, lane 7, and Jordan Williams, sophomore, Rio Grande, in lane 8 for section 4 in the men's 200. Justin Matthews, Steven Stewart making the turn in the purple tops for Capital. We're getting a push from Eugene Johnson, Shawnee State. Could it be back-to-back section wins for Shawnee State? Johnson looks like he's going to make that happen, and he does. Eugene Johnson, the freshman from Shawnee State, puts down a time of 23:59 in section 4 of the men's 200. An update across the street, men's and women's shot put gone final. We talked about this earlier, but Shawnee State wins the men's shot put. Justin Moore, the freshman, 16:12, coming in his 4th attempt. And in the women's shot put, that went final, and Leah Delaney, the freshman from West Liberty, wins the women's shot put with a throw of 15:00, 2 meters further than second place Grace Fry of Cleveland State. The final section in the men's 200 meters features 5 runners from the Ohio State Running Club. Abel Karthik, Miles Smith, Josh Hessia, Andy Clemens, and Bennett Bakari. And a false start. Just when we thought everything was going to be perfect, through 12 sections in both the women's and men's 200. I believe that's only the second time we've seen a false start. Troy Mason's time of 21:54 is going to hold up. He has already taken home the 400 today and won in impressive fashion in the 200 with, again, a time of 21:54 ahead of Lorenzo Ferrara, who is one of the star sprinters on West Liberty's 4x1 and 4x4 relay team. We'll see the 4x4 relay team for West Liberty later on. We still have both the men's and women's 4x4 coming up. Final section in the men's 200. Rio Grande's Hunter Blagg and Glenville State's Marlon Moore, the top 2 seed times. Hunter Blagg in first at the moment and getting a push from the outside lane. Ohio State Running Club, Andy Clemens. Really good closing speed, but it's lane 8 on the furthest to the outside. Bennett Bakari finishes with a time of 24:60. So that caps off the 200 on the men's side, and we will take a quick break and get you set for both the women's and men's 3,000 meters. And we'll be joined by a very special guest as well, so stay tuned for that. Mo Banton joins the program when we come back as you are watching the Cherry Blossom Invitational live from the Goldsberry track in Athens, Ohio. We'll be back in a moment.
Our next event is the women's 3,000 meters. The women's 3,000 meters. Ariana Coates from Cleveland State. Olivia Sisto, Shawnee State. Paige Colon, Cleveland State. Brooke Becko, Cleveland State. Emma Lally, Ohio State Running Club. Jennifer Allen, Shawnee State. Elizabeth Hamilton, Shawnee State. Natalie Christman, Cleveland State.
We are underway for the women's 3,000 meters. Cherry Blossom Invitational in Athens, and we are joined by an Ohio legend in terms of track and field. Mo Banton joins the program. Mo, how are you doing? Thanks for being here.
Well, getting older every year, and I feel pretty good for old man.
Every time you return to the track and observe what transpires, what goes through your mind when you bring yourself back to the track?
Well, brings back a lot of memories. You know, the track used to be in the stadium at one time. So most of the time I was there, we were in the stadium. We moved over here, I can't remember the year, somewhere around 98, 99, sometime in there. And this was all new to us, you know. And we enjoyed being in the stadium, but this was really good. But like you said, I bring back memories. I have a lot of kids here this weekend for the alumni, and we were just talking with two of the guys, my first two recruits that I recruited at Ohio University, and we were laughing and joking, and they brought back memories that I had forgot about. You know? I mean, it was
like what? What memories?
Oh, geez, man, there's so many. We talked about the the fight that occurred, and we was running Ohio State, Miami, and us. And the Ohio State Miami guys got into a fight. That was pretty good, you know. And bus breaking down on the way back from Dogwood Relays, and the bus catching fire, and coming back from Kalamazoo one time. We were in a snowstorm, you know. Those kind of memories, plus memory of track meets and so forth, you know.
One of the most memorable memories of your career as an athlete, because before you were a coach, you were an athlete here at Ohio University, national champion in cross country. Let me repeat that, a national champion in cross country, 1964. You posted a time of 20:07.5 in the snow. And it was 4 miles. It was a 4 mile race.
It was a 4 mile race.
Yeah. Tell me about what you remember most about being a national champion.
Well, first of all, we thought we could win the national champion because we were one of the better teams in the country. And our conference at that time, the Mid-American Conference, it was one of the best cross-country conferences in the United States. So we went there with the idea of winning because we had won the All-Ohio, we had won the Mid-American Conference, we finished second at Central Collegiate, but to a team we thought we could beat, you know. And so that night, it starts snowing. And I'm looking out the window, looking at the snow. I said, hot dog. I said, a lot of people don't want to run tomorrow. I want to run. So I got that thought in my mind, number one. And so something that was kind of funny at the time, but anyway, you know how kids do runouts before they start to meet, you know.
Yeah.
So I took off all my sweats 10 minutes before the meet. Everybody else, 188 runners, everybody else had their sweats on. I was the only one jogging out and back with no sweats on. I thought I was putting a little bit of doubt in their head. You know? Anyway, so I always ran out front. You know.
You like to start the race out front?
That's right. I never ran a race where I went out front, but one. And I got out front, and I said, nobody's with me. So I just kept right on rolling, you know. And my coach is yelling at me with the splits, and I'm going like, oh, that's big splits for in the snow, man. You know, I wasn't running it. Anyway, when I crossed the finish line, I looked back, and here comes Larry Smith, and here comes Bob Crooks. I said, where's Mitch? Where's Mitch? Where's Mitch? Mitch had gotten sick that week. And he's usually our third man. He finished 45th. So Oregon beat us by 2 points, and you're not gonna believe this. Western Michigan won the national champion.
Wow.
And we had beaten them twice during the year. So I was happy about winning, but feeling bad because we didn't win the championship.
Well, you transitioned to a coach and absolutely put your name on this program at Ohio University as an icon, Ohio Athletics Hall of Famer. As a coach, what are some of your fondest memories here at Ohio University?
That first meet during cross-country season, We go up to Western Michigan for the MAC championships, and it so happened the football team was there also playing Western Michigan. So our AD, Hill McElhaney, would hire me. He was there at the meet, and a couple other people from the athletic department. And we come in dead last, which I knew we didn't have a very good team that first year, you know. And he saw I was dejected over there, so he comes over to me. He says, Mo, you know, don't. That's okay. You're going to build a team. I said, but you didn't tell me it was going to be this hard, you know. I said, you could have told me more, you know. But anyway, we had that conversation. I'll never forget that conversation. And in the next couple of years, we climbed up, and then we were pretty good. The track team that year was really good, though. We had 2 good years in track in 81, 82, and 83. I had some studs, you know, and we were really good. Couldn't win the MAC because the MAC was so good. People don't know how good the Mid-American Conference was at that time. Like that cross-country meet I just told you about at the Nationals, we finished 3rd. We took 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 6th at the national championships, MAC schools, you know, at the MAC championship. So at the Nationals, we had many kids. We had kids making All-American in track and field and everything. So it was very hard. So that first few years it was you know, track was pretty good. Cross country was lousy. And of course, being a cross country background, I didn't want no lousy cross country team. So I started building the cross country program at that time.
Wow, unbelievable. We're chatting with Ohio athletics legend Mo Banton, a Hall of Famer, former Ohio track and field and cross country coach, a national champion. When did your journey start at Ohio? Like, how did you sort of get acclimated to this? Because you've been one of the big footprints of this program for quite some time. So when did this university first come on your radar?
Really good little story. I was coaching at Akron University with a guy named Al Campbell, one of the nicest guys God ever put on this earth. And I was working on my master's degree, and I had him for a class. And he says, "But you want to do some coaching?" I said, "Yeah, I'd like to do that. I just got out of the service. I was working on my master's degree at Akron University." So I started coaching with him at Akron University and fell in love with the coaching. And I was there for about 6 or 7 years. And I get a call from Jerry Reese, who was one of the mission directors here at Ohio University. He calls me on the phone. He says, "Mo," because we had come down here to run track meets with Akron. Would come down here and run some meets.
Right.
Ohio University Relays was a huge meet that we had every year. At this time, we had Ohio University Relays. We have 18, 20 teams here. 2-day meet, man.
We got to bring that back.
Oh, but it was hard work. You can do it now with all the computer stuff you got today. Back then, we were doing everything by hand. You know?
Typewriter.
Yeah. So anyway, he says, "Mo, the coach has just been fired. Are you interested in the job?" I said, "Sure, I'm interested, you know." And so he called Stan Humphrey, who was my coach, who's now at Tennessee, and he was the Olympic coach a couple of times, and he won a couple of national championships at Tennessee. He calls the athletic director up here and says, "Elmore Banton's the man for the job." I came down for an interview. I get the job.
Wow.
And that's how it happened.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What do you like most about this place, Ohio University?
Oh, geez. Let me count the ways. I just love this place, you know. I love the scenery. And this is the greatest place in the world for distance runners. We got so many trails out here. And
you got the bike path.
No, well, the bike path wasn't here then.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Now we have the bike path, but we've got Strouds, and there's so many ways.
We got so many places to go and run, you know, and the training paradise. And then I wasn't really an uptown guy, you know. Most I went to was Baker Center, you know. Mm-hmm. So I didn't really go out and party a lot when I was a student here, you know. But I just like this town. I like the people, especially the people we had in the athletic department at the time were just so nice.
Yeah.
Is that the word for it? Nice, you know. and so, and met my wife down here. She was teaching over at training center in Nelsonville, and I met her. Don't believe this or not, at a bar uptown.
Casual.
Casual bar, yeah. And so I met her and we got married. We've been married now 37
Unbelievable.
years. Yeah. And so it's just so many memories here, you know. Every time I come here and I look at the football stadium, you see the football stadium, I see a track going around it and meets.
Oh, yeah.
You know. And when I come over here, I remember the days. I remember being out here on cold days, track practice and stuff.
Clearly, because you like to run in the snow.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. So it's just, I don't know, just so many memories of Ohio University, and that's, you know, that's about it. It's just a great place.
Amazing.
You know?
Well, Mo, we'll get you out of here on this. What's your best piece of advice for young runners with this sport? What's your advice?
You have to work. You cannot do this with a 50% effort or a 70% effort or 85%. You got to give it 100% all the time, and practice. It meets everything. You got to give it 100%. You can't do it. I had 3 words, if I can say this real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had 3 words for my teams when I was here. Magic, which means making a greater individual commitment. Team, together, everyone achieves more. Pride, positive mental attitude, respect, you know, intensity.
Yeah.
You know, and enthusiasm, and I had it all spelled out for him. And that was my center of my coaching philosophy, is that, you know, and I always used to say, if you work hard, good things will happen. You don't work hard, nothing's going to happen.
Amazing.
So that was it.
Repeat the magic breakdown. What the magic?
Making a greater individual commitment. You got to give it all you got. You can't just half do it. You know. So, and my wife would use that in her classes that she was teaching, magic, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So she enjoyed all the words I gave her.
Wow, unbelievable. Mo Banton, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the broadcast for the Cherry Blossom Invitational. An Ohio athletics legend, both as a student athlete and a coach. We can't thank you enough for your time. Really appreciate you joining us, and enjoy the rest of the day and this weather. And congratulate. I know you've gotten this many times, but from our audience here, congratulations on just an unbelievable, excellent run in track and field.
Well, I enjoyed every minute of it. Like when I retired, my last words were, I never felt like I was working, because I love the kids.
When you do something you love,
that's right.
Even if it's work,
Yeah.
it doesn't feel like it. So,
Yeah.
Mo, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's Mo Banton, ladies and gentlemen, Ohio Athletics Hall of Famer on the track. As we continue our coverage after the women's 3,000 just wrapped up, Olivia Cisco of Shawnee State wins the women's 3,000 with a time of 10:29:51. Ariana Coates, Cleveland State, second place, 11:15:60, and Sage Cologne, Cleveland State, 11:33:56. The men's 3,000 meters underway here in Athens. So really great to hear all the insight, the words of wisdom from the legend, the Ohio legend and national champion Mo Banton on the track. And the men's 3,000 meters underway here in Athens. Kylie Osko, one of our meet reporters, has been roaming around the track as we've talked about all day long. Kylie, what can you tell us?
So taking it back a couple events, going back all the way to the women's 400-meter hurdles, Maria DeCuna was able to take away with the victory, and honestly, she just kept the interview short and sweet, that she came out today ready to attack, and that she's also kind of like Ella, that first place doesn't matter to her. She just more cares about just doing well, performing well, just becoming a better athlete. Um, she was so close to her PR. She was 0.17 away.
Wow.
But honestly, she likes where she's at for where the season is, and she's just hoping to continue to prove. And she's honestly not disappointed today, which is very nice as an athlete, just knowing that you had a good day. And then moving from women's to men, that was Aaron Kuffner. He was the winner, and he was hoping to be under 56, which he wasn't. He was just a little bit over, but honestly, he was also very close to his PR. He's just hoping to take the next couple of weeks to prepare for conference, which I believe is in 3 weeks, correct?
Yeah, coming up soon.
Yep, and he's just hoping to take this momentum. He said he's normally a 53 guy, and he's just looking to be that guy again.
Wow, so really good stuff from the hurdles. Anything else you have that you're noticing down there?
From the women's 200, I was able to speak to Alexandra. And
Cedarville's Alexandra Brizzi, who won the 200.
She was insane, just talking about that. But she said that she was more focused on her time than, again, her race. She also is just very happy with where she placed. It's still mid-season. She's hoping to keep this momentum going. Honestly, she killed it. And everyone around her, I'm not kidding you, when 7 runners came up and they were just like, good job, like you did amazing. It was just so nice to see an uplifting community around her, just knowing that she has that support backing her.
Wow, that is beautiful to see. Really neat stuff, Kylie.
Perfect. And then just for the men's 200,
Yeah.
Troy Mason was able to win his second event.
He's insane. He won the 400 earlier today
Yes.
and just won the 200 with ease.
I know, absolutely dominated. Insane, but again, he still wasn't able to beat his PR for the 200, which what he was hoping for. But back to his original interview from the 400, he just wanted to get out, come home. He was just happy he's not injured. But yeah, he was looking to beat his PR, and it just didn't happen. He was so close, but it's been a good day so far with everything I've seen.
Awesome, Kylie. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dialing it back into the men's 3,000 meters. And a look at Rio Grande's Tyler Jenkins, who is strolling ahead of the pack, ahead of 2 Ohio Bobcats. Connor Wertman is in 3rd place for Ohio in the 3,000 meters. And Jack Myers, sophomore unattached, Ohio University, also up towards the front of the pack, but it is Rio Grande's race to lose. Right now in front with 4 laps to go in the men's 3,000 meters. Tyler Jenkins, the sophomore from Rio Grande. Leading the pack, Connor Wertman, running unattached for Ohio University, is in 3rd place. And Jack Myers, who is running unattached for Ohio University, also in contention. He is in 2nd place. But there is Tyler Jenkins, who cannot be stopped from Rio Grande. Three laps to go for Jenkins, who is looking to lap the competition here. Jenkins is a sports and exercise science major. His favorite movie is Gladiator. His favorite food is spaghetti, and that is the exact type of food you want to consume before preparing for a race the day before. We're going to track Jenkins' 400 time with 2 more laps to go. He's from Barnesville, Ohio, and just a freshman. His favorite pro athlete is Galen Rupp, who has quite the resume in terms of distance runners. Galen Rupp at one point qualified for the Olympics. And the Red Storm's Tyler Jenkins right now is in cruise control. He's lapping people now and looking at putting down a 400 time late in this race, right around 1 minute and 10 seconds. And we're 7 minutes and 16 seconds into this 3,000 meters with one final 400 to go for Tyler Jenkins. And Jenkins just put down a 400 time of 1:13. He ran 1 minute and 13 seconds approximately in his second to last lap of this 3,000 meters. That is a ridiculous pace. And he doesn't look like he's laboring one bit. The freshman from Rio Grande, whose favorite movie is The Gladiator. He is the gladiator of this race. Got to give a lot of credit, though, to some of the Ohio University runners in this race going unattached, including Connor Wertman, who has battled through some injuries and is really pushing towards the finish line. But Tyler Jenkins looking to check in under 8:45, and he does. 8:42 approximately for Jenkins. Connor Wertman finishes in third place unattached for Ohio University. As the official results and times are set to populate the men's 5,000 meters. Tyler Jenkins, a first place finish in the 3,000. Jenkins' official time, 8:41.36. Andrew Yee, Ohio State Running Club, 8:43.91. Connor Wertman running unattached for Ohio University, 8:48.21. And again, we talked about this earlier, but Connor Wertman, part of the Ohio University cross-country team, has battled through a lot of adversity and actually posted on his Instagram last October. He said, in order to succeed in the sport of running, you must be willing to fully commit yourself without any guaranteed success. A few weeks ago, I started to feel some discomfort in my lower back and glute area, and it was near the end of a standard, just any old workout on a Friday, and Connor dealt with a setback that ultimately resulted in a stress fracture in his left sacral ala, which put him out for quite some time. But he has battled back, and it is impressive to see him throw down an 8:48.21 mark for a third place finish in the 3,000 meters. We have one more track event to go on both the men's and women's side. Believe it or not, time flies when you're having fun here at the Cherry Blossom Invitational. We have the women's and men's 4x4 relay. So fasten your seatbelts. That is coming your way right after this. We're going to take a quick pause and come back as you are watching the Cherry Blossom Invitational from Athens, Ohio.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, today we are pleased to honor 8 seniors from the Ohio track and field and cross country programs. Please join us along with head coach Sarah Pease and athletic director Julie Cromer as we honor the members of our 2023-24 senior class. We're extremely grateful for the impact that these athletes have had during their time at Ohio University. We want to thank them for their continued dedication to the program. First up, from Seville, Ohio, is Jordan Bacon. Jordan is escorted by her parents, Rocky and Heather. Jordan joined the program ahead of the 2021 season. Jordan made her first conference championship appearance during the 2021 outdoor season, where she earned an 8th place finish in the distance. She recently threw a personal best distance in the shot put at the 2024 MAC Indoor Championships. Jordan is obtaining a degree in human sciences and a minor in psychology. She'll be going straight to the industry to work in an organization and plans to go back to
Before the 4x4 relay, we have Senior Day in Athens, Ohio. Head track and field and cross country coach Sarah Pease back from a red eye where she witnessed some spectacular distance runners on the squad compete at the Brian Clay Invitational. She is out there along with Director of Athletics Julie Cromer. Jordan Bate, the first senior recognized with the throws group. Jordan joined the program ahead of the 2020-2021 season and has had an incredible career with the Bobcats. Transitioning to the next senior, who hails from Pomeroy, Ohio, Cassidy Betzing. Cassidy escorted by her parents, Carrie and Kim. Cassidy, at the 2023 MAC Outdoor Championship, she recorded a personal best mark in the javelin, placing 8th in the event and in the long jump as well. Cassidy currently majoring in exercise science, or exercise psychology and pre-physical therapy. So congratulations to Cassidy Betzing, who is part of the jumps and throws group.
and has competed in the sprints, jumps, and relay events for the Bobcats. At the 2023 Akron Invite, Amani recorded a new personal best mark in the high jump and placed first in
This is a really decorated senior class, part of the foundation as the Ohio University cross country and track and field program really starting to mold into some consistency with Sarah Pease at the helm for the Bobcats. Sarah has done a tremendous job growing this program, and her staff as well. Stephen Champlin, Drew Windle, and Mary Boyden.
Sophia is escorted by her mother, Carrie, and cousin Sarah. Sophia has been part of both
Sophia Horston, another senior. Amani Brown got recognized. Sophia Horston is a 2-time women's cross-country academic all-MAC team selection and got to compete in the 2021 NCAA Division I Great Lakes Regional Meet as well. So congratulations to Sophia Horston.
is currently obtaining a Bachelor's of Fine Arts degree with a minor in marketing and plans to attend graduate school for arts education. Let's give it up for Sophia Horston. Our next senior is from Talmadge, Ohio, Kenna Lovelace.
Kenna Lovelace from Talmadge, Ohio.
Escorted by her parents, Jim
Great personality.
and Ryan.
Had the chance to
Kenna's been a member of the women's
be around some of the Ohio track and field practices over the last year or so, and Kenna always brings the energy and enthusiasm. She joined the program in the 2020-2021 season and competed in the 3,000-meter steeplechase at the MAC Outdoor Championships, placed 18th last season, pursuing a bachelor's degree in exercise physiology and a minor in biological sciences. So congratulations to Kenna, who plans to be a physician's assistant.
She plans to be a physician's assistant. Let's hear it for Kenna Lovelace.
Up next is one of the legends from Ohio University, a sixth-year senior, Tanaya Stevens, with her squad, always laughing. Tanaya can be found at just about every athletic event when she is not competing. From Erie, Pennsylvania, she takes so much time outside of the classroom to make an impact around student athletes, coaches, and administrators. Also a significant part of Morgan's message on campus, which is an organization that surrounds mental health awareness, and she has played a huge role in amplifying the importance of mental health surrounding student athletes at Ohio University. Just a phenomenal person and somebody that I've been fortunate to work with, be around, and she is certainly going to be missed when she leaves OU. And still has work to be done here in the outdoor season. She still wants to put down some tremendous times in the 2024 outdoor season. So congrats to Tanaya on a decorated career. Sixth-year senior who plans to work in the journalism field. So she might come up here and try to take our job because she absolutely loves to amplify the visibility of student athletes, coaches, and administrators. Karina Weaver, who is fresh off an appearance at the Brian Clay Invitational in California earlier this week. Karina, also someone that is a huge part of Morgan's message on campus and has played a big role in amplifying mental health awareness for student athletes on campus. Karina, known for her success with the steeplechase, although I spoke to her earlier this year, and she said she actually wasn't a fan of track and field early on. She grew into a cross-country runner at first, but her dad is a track official and a track coach at her high school, and that led her to branching out into track, not just cross. Started running with her mom at in the 5th grade, actually, so started young and has been able to show her versatility as both a track athlete and a cross-country athlete. There's a look at the seniors from Ohio University. Tony Tonkovich as well on the men's side, who is part of the men's cross-country team. No official men's track and field team, but Tony, again, certainly worth highlighting as well, who has been a terrific part of this Bobcat cross-country program. The 4x4 relay, what you've all been waiting for to wrap up, will start in just a moment. But first, we will check in with Sophie, who had the chance to chat with the 3,000-meter winners today. Sophie.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I spoke with both Olivia and Tyler, who were event winners in the 3,000-meter race. And Olivia said in order to stay locked in during a lengthy race like that, she prefers running with a teammate. And if that's not possible, being able to constantly check her watch and make sure she's right on track with her pace. And then on the other side, Tyler stays locked in by focusing on those middle laps as opposed to the outside laps. But he said that the 3K doesn't bother him as much because he's more of a 10K specialist.
Okay, distance runner.
Right, right. Subtle flex.
All right, I think he might need to keep running laps then if he's all about the 10K.
Right.
Awesome, really good stuff. Thank you so much, Sophie. So that is it for just about everything today except the 4x4 relay, as we digest what is supposed to be a pretty intense 4x4 on both the women's and men's side. This is an area that Stephen Champlin has been working on tirelessly and growing the 4x1 and 4x4 relay squads year after year. It has been fun to watch, and we will see what transpires today on the track. But to set the table for the 4x4 relay on the women's side, we will get to witness there's supposedly two sections in the 4x4 relay. The first section being the fastest. Ohio's 8 team features Ella Baker, Jada Irwin, Eleanor Shuttleworth, and Taja Booker, who anchors the Ohio 8 team 4x4. Ohio's B team on paper, Jordan Baxter, Rhea Gordon, Paris Gosha Foreman, and Maggie Stewart. But again, that is subject to possibly change depending on how certain people are feeling right now. We're going to take a quick break and come back to get you set up for the women's and men's 4x4 right after this.
Lane 3, Shawnee. Lane 5, Ohio State. Lane 6, Cedarville. And Lane 7, Cleveland State.
We only have one section now after some teams dropped out in the women's 4x4 relay. Ohio will only put out one 4x4 relay squad. And they're off. Bobcats in the far lane. All the way on the outside in lane 7, Eleanor Shuttleworth, a freshman who has worked tirelessly in her 800 distance with assistant coach Drew Windle. Shuttleworth, only a freshman, is in the lead right now for the Bobcats in the 4x4 relay. Ella Baker was supposed to be in this 4x4, but she stepped out, and sometimes that happens. It actually doesn't appear as if Ohio has anybody in this one and only section. So the Bobcats may have dropped out as well completely. Cleveland State is actually on the outside. So a bunch of different changes to the one and only 4x4 relay. Cedarville, Cleveland State, Rio Grande, all in contention. It is Cedarville in front with the foursome of Adriana Enns, Aubrey Harrington, Abigail Skirdal, and Mary Miller. The second leg of the women's 4x4 relay. Cedarville, the Yellow Jackets out of the National Christian College Athletic Association, the defending champs, the 6-time defending champs indoors, I should say. Really nice work from Cleveland State's Leah Hoover. Third leg right now of the women's 4x4 relay. And it's Cedarville in front. Cedarville's Abigail Skirdal feeling comfortable right now with the baton in her hand. Not too far behind Cleveland State's Madeline Madison. And the final exchange for the Yellow Jackets. Cedarville looks to easily lock up this 4x4 relay. The depth of this Cedarville program from top to bottom on both the men's and women's side, both indoors, trying to do what they do indoors, dominate outdoors just like they do indoors. And they've really been scattered all over the top of leaderboards in a bunch of races today, as Cedarville and Sydney Diedrich. Sydney Diedrich puts the finishing touches on the 4x4 victory for the Yellow Jackets. The group of four: Mallory Gasper, Sydney Diedrich, Martha Bergley, and Jessica Ferguson. Unofficial time of 4:05.78. So Cedarville wins by about 6 seconds over Rio Grande. Those four runners: Paris DeBoard, Amarissa Kearns, Jaden Roach, and Kendra Grooms. Cleveland State finishes in third: Leah Hoover, Sophie Pomnian, Madeline Madison, and Anna Krangle. And again, both Ohio relays took off this 4x4 today just for perhaps some rest, recovery after a long day's work here at Ohio University. And that'll now leave it up to our final race on the track today. Unless we do see two sections, it should be only one section in the men's 4x4 relay. This should be an intense race if West Liberty and Cedarville remain in the relay list for the 4x4. West Liberty, Art Williams, Lorenzo Ferrara, Nathan Baker, and Mickey Anderson. And then Cedarville's Will Fonts, Brandon Thomas, Brandon Rogers, and Jeremy Johnson. We actually will have two sections.
Lane 1, Shawnee State. In lane 2, Rio Grande. In lane 3, Cedarville. In lane 4, Cedarville. In lane 5,
Lane 1, Shawnee State. Lane 2, Rio Grande. Lane 3, Cedarville. Lane 4, Cedarville. Lane 5, West Liberty. Lane 6, Capital. Lane 7, Wilmington. And Lane 8, Shawnee State. But you want to focus on lanes 4 and 5. Cedarville's 8 team with the fastest seed time by about 7 seconds, 3:13.52, with the likes of Will Fonts, Brandon Thomas, Brandon Rogers, and Jeremy Johnson. Those 4 runners, 3 of those 4 posted the team PR this season at the Jim Vargo Invitational with a time of 3:19.15. So according to the seed time, Cedarville training faster than that.
5.78 seconds. Cedarville.
Cedarville has 2 relay teams in this race. And so does Shawnee State. As the runners get ready for the 4x4 relay on the men's side. It's going to be a fast one, looking at something around 3:15 to 3:20 perhaps for whoever wins first place. And here we go. On the inside, Shawnee State, Danye Ferguson, a freshman, off to a pretty solid start in the white t-shirt underneath the navy blue tank. But on the outside, in lanes 4 and 5, the 8 teams for Cedarville. Will Fonts and Art Williams, those 2 are expected to be at the top of the leaderboard in the final 100 meters of the first leg in the 4x4 relay. And look at West Liberty's Art Williams, the senior, in cruise control. First place for West Liberty right now after the first 400 meters as Williams hands off cleanly to his teammate Lorenzo Ferrara. The freshman Ferrara and West Liberty in front right now after that exchange, but Cedarville has taken a significant lead in the first 100 or the first 200 of this second leg. And this is Brandon Thomas, the senior for the Yellow Jackets. Don't count out West Liberty, though. They currently have the 3rd fastest time in this event in conference, in the Mountain East Conference, with 3:27.50. But Cedarville has other ideas, absolutely turning on the Jets with Brandon Rogers in leg 3. Rogers stepping on the gas. West Liberty in a distant second with Nathan Baker, but look at Cedarville go. Brandon Rogers hands off to the anchor, Jeremy Johnson. Jeremy Johnson doesn't even need to check his watch. He is on pace to absolutely shatter the field behind him as he makes the turn for the Cedarville A team. Will Fonts, Brandon Thomas, Brandon Rogers, and Jeremy Johnson, who finishes up inside 3:20 for the Yellow Jackets. And a fight for second. It looks like Shawnee State will extend past the line to finish in second. So Shawnee State second. Cedarville's second relay team actually finished in third. West Liberty, after a promising start, dropped all the way down to fourth. Cedarville's time of 3:18.89, good for first place for the Yellow Jackets. Shawnee State, Danye Ferguson, Eugene Johnson, Isaiah Lenoy, and Maddox Fox finish about 14 seconds slower for second place. Only 3 teams scheduled to race in Section 2 of the men's 4x4 relay.
Second place, Quinn Ashbrook, West Liberty, and in first place in the triple jump with a 13.42-meter jump from Cedarville, Ben Tarwater.
Couple of updates from some of the field events across the way. Cedarville's Ben Tarwater, a senior, wins the men's triple jump with a 13.42-meter mark over West Liberty's Quinn Ashbrook, the freshman. Women's triple jump final as well. Chianti Marks of Rio Grande wins the women's triple jump. Men's long jump, Dylan Dowell, the sophomore from Capital, takes care of business in the men's long jump. Here we are underway in Section 2 of the men's 4x4 relay, which features only 3 teams: West Liberty, Shawnee State, and the Ohio State Running Club. And it might just be 2 teams. One of the 3 may have dropped out. Sometimes that happens where you'll see towards the end of a race or a meet that isn't exactly a championship or a regional, you'll notice that teams will drop out just to get some additional rest and recovery. So right now it's just West Liberty and Ohio State Running Club. Shawnee State has dropped out of the race. Malachi Stewart now with the baton in hand against Race Schwartz. Section 2, the final section of the men's 4x4 relay. Cedarville won the first section in the men's 4x4 relay. And the women's 4x4 relay, it was also Cedarville. As we take a look at the second section on the men's side, the Ohio State Running Club race. Schwartz hands off to his teammate Toby McGuire. And as we are in the third leg, we'll have a look at Toby McGuire, who is picking up the pace right now for Ohio State Running Club. Andrew McSteen will anchor this second section for the Ohio State Running Club. Really good final push as McSteen gets the handoff. We're tracking his 400 time unofficially. Cedarville's A team posted a time of 4:05.78 on the women's side. And on the men's side, Cedarville's A team 3:18.89. So a lot of great performances from Cedarville today. A lot of great performances from Ohio as well. Some debuts in certain events. Ella Baker debuting in the 200 today. Gracie Smith won the 100 hurdles. Final stretch here for Andrew McSteen, who's trying to clock a time inside 60 seconds. And he unofficially does. That final leg in the 4x4, he runs in a time of 57 seconds unofficially. And West Liberty finishes in second place. So some fast races on both the men's and women's side in the 4x4, Kylie. We certainly saw some teams drop out, but still a lot of energy down there and a great opportunity in a track meet during the middle portion of outdoor season to gain some rhythm, gain some confidence. What did you learn down there from some of your conversations?
Yes, so Cedarville was able to take away with the win for both the women's and men's, and something that was a takeaway from both the females and males was that they didn't have their normal runners running today's 4x4, but nevertheless that they came out and they both finished on top. And another key takeaway from both of them was that they were just so glad and happy to be able to win the last event of today's meet, and they were just able to walk away on a good note. They had to say that all glory is to God, and that was just something that helped them throughout this race, that when they came around the bend, that they were just pumping their arms. They had their team cheering for them. They knew that everybody was there to support them, and it just made them do so much better. Again, the wind, while it has calmed down a bit, the girls did specifically say it just came at them, and they just weren't ready for it, but they obviously prevailed and won the race. So honestly, just a really good finish for them.
Yeah, really good stuff. And again, even though some of the teams dropped out, great opportunity to develop that chemistry, working on the baton exchanges as well. So really good stuff, Kylie. We appreciate the insight as we come to a close on our track events. Still some field events to wrap up, but we're going to say so long from our perspective. Be sure to continue to watch the stream and maintain some of the progress from some of the field events that are going on right now. Kylie, we appreciate the insight. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Awesome stuff. Great job all around getting interviews and insight from a lot of the teams and winners from the track and field event today here at Ohio University. Still some events to be decided, but again, keep it on the stream. We're going to say so long and wish you the rest, wish you a very enjoying rest of your Saturday evening here in Athens, Ohio, as we come to a close on our track events here today at the Cherry Blossom Invitational. So stick around and continue to watch and follow along. The milesplit.live will have all the results from the rest of the field events and the completed results from the track today. Thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of the Cherry Blossom Invitational.